with a lot of grinding, and there is a lot of grinding involved in this speed run that we're going to be doing. But Eric, did you want to share a few things about the game before we get started?
Basic premise of the game is you get to pick one of 7 characters, and you're what are you trying to do at the start of the game?
Well, you start out.
Trying to find the 7 rooms.
Yep. So you start out, you have King Lemuel, and if you'll notice on both of our screens, you have King Lemuel. He's trained up all these different random characters who are basically going to be characters that are supposed to go out and find these 7 runes. And he basically promises that if you go out and find the 7 runes, then you will be able to rule the world. So everybody's on this mission to obtain the 7 runes.
Yeah, and you can recruit a companion, so there can be up to 2 people in your party at once. You get to choose from the other 6 of the 7, and sometimes they'll be agreeable and want to join you, and sometimes they won't. They'll want to fight you or something.
Yep. So I think we'll go ahead and get ready to get started. And Eric and I decided here that we are going to name our characters. It's going to be good versus evil. So my character is going to be the good character, and Eric's character is going to be the evil character. So on this first starting screen here, this is where we select our characters, and we always start with Lux because what we're going to be doing in this race here is we are going to be doing a glitch toward the end of the game. It's called the tune-up glitch. It can only be done on Lux, and that makes the game go a lot quicker. So we're going to be both selecting Lux as our main character, and then it's going to depend on the RNG with who we're going to recruit as our second partner, but this is at least how we're going to be starting out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the countdown here for us to get started, and on the first input right here is where the timer is going to start. So if we are ready, we will get the timer started and get going.
Whenever you're ready, count us down.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. So with where we're at right now, this is basically where King Lemuel has already trained up everybody, and he's going to be sending everybody off. So he says here he's going to give each person a crystal ball, and what the crystal ball basically does is it acts as a radar. So there's dots on the radar that tell you where the enemies are at, and it tells you where the towns are located. And if it's flashing, that means that there's a rune there. So right now what we're just doing is we're just grabbing some of the free items out of the castle before we head out, and we're going to do some shopping to get the right supplies that we need, and then we're going to head out from there.
And you'll notice there's a slight difference already between the routes that we take. There's an emerald that Joe gets that I don't get.
Yeah.
The main reason for that is that when you use up the last of an item, it disappears from your inventory. The next time you get it, it'll show up at the bottom of the list. So the order that you get items in affects the order that how high they are in your inventory and how fast it is to scroll through them. And I just prefer them in a different order.
Yeah, so it's not really that one way's better or one way's worse. We just have different preferences with how we do things.
It's also a factor of you spend more time grinding in the Cave of Earth, so you need that extra item to help get through that.
Yep. So what we're doing here right now with our shopping is we're basically buying items. A part of the reason we're buying some of the items in this order is because in our inventory, if we use up all the items, we can't move the items up and down in the inventory. So if something's at the top of the inventory and then you use up all those items, it's going to go to the bottom. So in that sense, by placing the items now, we're not going to completely use up the items, but we're going to resupply it before we use them up. So inventory management is kind of a bit, I don't know if I would say on the older style in this game, where you can't just either place the items in a certain place in the inventory, or you can't really like just go to the shop and say, I want to buy 8 potion 1s. You have to like buy each one individually. So
the maximum you can hold in your inventory of any one item at a time is 9. So if you want to hold the spot of an item, you get 8 of them that you can use, and then the 1 just to hold the spot. And this will come in useful in the grinding part of it.
Yep. So right now we're basically just grinding here. My general goal before we get to the first town is I generally have a goal of getting level 2. I'm not now. Sometimes Eric and I might diverge a little bit here with how we do our routing. So basically, it's about 5 enemies will get you level 2. So I think I have one more, and it looks like Eric's already got level 2.
Yeah, I already got level 2, and I got an extra encounter, which is not great based on my HP here. Go for it. Gamble. Oh, we gambled in one. My level wasn't very good. I got a 3 on power and a 4 on guard, which is 1 below average for each of them.
Yeah, and that's another thing with this game too, is we generally like to watch the stats that we get. So basically with Lux, there's always an average of what he's going to gain for his stats, which is a 50% chance. So for power, it's 4, guard is 5, magic and speed is 3. So if you were watching my level, I had 5, 4, 4, 3. Which means I was up on power, down on guard, up on magic, and I was average on speed. So we usually like to pay attention to that, and it helps give us an idea of how our character's doing and whether or not, I mean, in a PB attempt, we would decide whether we would reset if the stats are bad. In a race, we don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, there's also some different strategies you can take in certain fights based on how high your power stat is, particularly. The enemies will heal. The enemies that are capable of healing will heal only when they get below a third of their original HP. So whether your attack is likely to drop them below that and then they heal and you just wasting time. And you can base how likely that is based on what your power level is. And that's going to come into play with the first little bit of grinding that's going to be done with the demons. After we kill Ramen.
Yep. So if you'll notice here, we went into this castle. If you talk to the people in the town, they're going to talk about this castle of Iran, which, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, but I believe they say that he was a good king, but Ramus was their dog, and after the king was killed, he became evil. So I guess the dog Ramus has been either hurting the townspeople or something along those lines. And basically they say, hey, can you go there and try to kill Ramus? So that's really what the goal is of what we're doing right now.
And we will get to hear it from the lady in the town.
Oof.
Once we die to Ramus, which then Joe's flipped it's a bit more clear. I just have Ramus written on the slip, so it's feeding Ramus, but first thing you have to do this as quickly as possible is die to Ramus, because that opens up an item, the whistle, that can kill Ramus really quickly.
Yep. So, as a part of the speed run, what we do, Ramus gives like 528 experience, which is a whole lot more than what you get from the other guys. And what we're doing is we're basically trying to get to Ramus right now as quick as possible. And if we die to Ramus, then we get the whistle, and then the whistle basically one-shots him. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now, getting to Ramus so that we can die to Ramus. Then we can go back, get the whistle, and then we can go back and basically one-shot him. We get a whole bunch of experience, and that gives us a head start on the grind to make the grind go quicker.
We have to talk to this lady here that I'm talking to after you die. And then you know, talk to her husband outside and give you the whistle.
Yep. So, the other thing, I mentioned before about the crystal ball that we get, which is like a radar. So, if you noticed when I went into the castle, I was I wasn't walking in a straight direction. I was kind of moving around in different directions. And the main purpose of that is to try to dodge the dots, because then I don't get encounters, and that's really what the goal is right now, is to not get encounters while we're trying to get to Ramus. So if it looks like we're kind of walking around in a strange direction, it's generally because we're trying to avoid encounters by dodging the dots.
Yeah, and that can save a huge amount of time. Like some of the encounters in some of the regions can be really risky or take a long time. The dooms I'm thinking of in particular, those ones are nasty.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of pretty rough encounters that we really try to avoid.
Well, 3 already. Guard corrected itself and the power remains 1 below F.
Okay, so yeah, so we're almost, at least I'm almost back to Ramus here, and so like right there, I just moved out of the way to try to avoid that encounter. But anyway, so now that I'm back to Ramus here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting out the whistle, and I'm going to be using that as an item on Ramus like this. It's going to be a high-pitched sound, and it's just going to completely get rid of him like that, and then we get that 528 experience. So what that basically does is, now I got a level on the way, but usually you'll get an extra level or two, and it's just a quick way to get your character stronger so that you're able to do the next grind faster. And it looks like Eric's been getting some encounters there along the way.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of encounters. It's slowing me down a little bit. So I have potion ones to heal with, but ideally I want to save them until after I play Ramus, because then my max HP will be higher and I'll get to use more of the more of the capacity of that potion.
Yep. And another thing about avoiding the encounters is that the dots move faster than your character does, so sometimes it's also a matter of understanding the pattern that the dots move in, because some of them move in different patterns. So if you find certain patterns, you know to move in a certain direction to avoid the encounter.
Yeah, and sometimes this changing direction will change their behavior, and sometimes it won't. There's a level of randomness to it. Okay, my guard is back to down 1. So that's fine.
Yep. So if you noticed on my stream, I just picked up a treasure chest. I only got one treasure chest. It was a pea seed, and the seeds are going to be something that's another part of this speedrun strat. So basically, we pick up the pea seed and we pick up other seeds, and what that does is it gives an increase to your character's stats. And normally it's a number randomly generated between 1 and 4, but through some research that some people did on this game, they found that there's a way that you can actually manipulate the seed by finding out at what point of the random number generator, or we call it RNG, we're at. So with that, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going and manipulating those seeds at different points in the game to basically get a maximum roll of +4 to the stats. And I think Eric and I might have slightly different strategies on that, but because I'm not quite sure, Eric, if you do both the P and the PR seed on Lux, or...
Yeah, I do. In my PB, there's I just ate them without manipulating them, and I happened to roll 3 into 4 with them, so I just got lucky with it, which saves about a minute. But then you're throwing away a good 3/4 of your run.
Yep. So now we're out on the overworld here, and we're just grinding. I believe Eric waits till right before he hits level 7, and then he goes into town. I wait till after I hit level 7 and then go into town. But we basically do a grind here on the overworld up to level 7. Once we reach level 7, then we head into the Cave of Earth, which has stronger enemies, but you also get extra experience, and then we're going to be doing a grind there. So at this point in the game, it's pretty much just grinding that we're going to be doing right now, and yeah. And so if you notice, before we were trying to dodge the dots to avoid the encounters, now we're looking at the radar to find the dots that will hit us as quick as possible while we're out on the overworld, because we want to get encounters now.
And each encounter region has 8 different possible encounters that you can get, but some of them are the same as each other. There's some overlap, but there's 8 different files that they can save enemy arrangements in, and they can show up in any order on the screen. So this one of like the 2 wyverns and a demon can be a demon and 2 wyverns.
And similarly, I just got the 2 wyverns and a demon, which is probably the best encounter we could get on the overworld. There's the most experience from it, so we want to get those kinds of encounters. And it's a total of 99 experience. Okay, so as you'll see, I just hit level 6. I got 4, 5, 3, 4. So all of them were average except for speed. He was up on speed on that. So I usually just read through it really quick as they come up on the screen, and then that way it just gives me an idea of where I'm at. And it looks like Eric got 4, 5, 2, 4 on this recent level. So as of right now, where both of us are at on the overworld grind, we have one more level to get, or Eric's going to go a little earlier than level 7, but I'm going to be hitting level 7, and then I'll be heading into the town, and then I'm going to be doing the seed minute once I get in there. And, of course, doing some shopping, too. Oh, and another thing I think that's probably worth noting at this point in the game, I don't know if you probably can't see our splits there on Really, Really Longathon, but my PB on this is 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 15 seconds, and I believe Eric's, which is the world record, is around 4:51, I want to say. 4 hours, 51 minutes. Is that correct, Eric? Oops, I'm not sure if we lost Eric there. Eric, are you there? I think we may have lost Eric here. I just sent him a message, so you can check his mic here. Okay, it might be the Discord that is having an issue here, so what I might do is I might wait a minute until we can get a quick little break here where we can take a look. Okay, so here's level 7. And okay, so now that I hit level 7, I am going to be heading back up here to the town. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to just take a fight or two on the way. It just helps when I'm on my way. It just helps add a little extra experience onto things. So And then what I do is I use a potion 1 here, pick up a free potion 1, and that helps me maximize that. Okay, so we're going to buy some potion 2s. Buy a few M-herbs. And buy some beeper techs. Okay, so now I'm going to do what I mentioned before about doing the seed manipulation. So I am going to be heading over here. I have some software up on my computer that I'm going to be punching the inputs of this single NPC in. So he went down, up, and I'm just punching it in, up. I'm going to actually step back out and step back in. Down, down, up, and left he should go. And then what I do is it tells me when he's about to make a right move, and when he does that, then I know to go ahead and use the seed. So now he's going to do 3 lefts, a down, and an up. And then I'm going to use the other one. So that gave me +4 on both power and defense. And it looks like Eric is doing the same thing right now, too. So now, before I wasn't able to one-shot those demons, this time I was able to, so that just kind of gives an idea of how that seed manip can help things out at this point in the game. And now I'm going into the Cave of Earth. This is called the Cave of Earth right here, and there's stronger enemies. There's these enemies called undeads here, and what they basically do is they can heal, and they're much stronger with their attacks. Now, I think because my Lux has been getting some good stat gains, I'm actually able to beat them a little easier, but sometimes they could be a little more challenging to beat, but they give you 88 experience each compared to the 33 that we were getting on the overworld. So this is basically just a way that we're working on getting our experience up quicker to get our levels up quicker. And he ran away. That can be a problem too.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Eric. It sounds like we're good to go again.
Yeah, I just disconnected the Discord call and started it up again.
Okay, well that seemed to do it. So, anyway, I just explained to them a little bit about how when we go into the Cave of Earth, the encounters are more difficult, but we get 88 experience instead of 33 on the overworld.
Yeah, I was able to hear you.
Okay.
Like, for some reason, it wasn't coming through on your end.
Okay, gotcha.
Ooh, 30. That is a low number.
Yeah. So, if my so maybe Eric, you could just talk about your Lux and how the stats were a little bit. I haven't been paying too much attention.
I didn't pay attention to my level 7 stat gains because I was worried about the sound problem. But before that, I was at -1, -1. So 1 below average and 1 below average. Oh, I got a 43. Okay, those 30s were low rolls. So ideally, you want to defend, attack, and kill the undead in 2. If you have a low power Lux at this point at level 7, sometimes you can still be alive, and the undead is one of those enemies that does have the ability to heal, and that can be really annoying because it's a heal for 40. And then once you get up to, if you're a really good level 8, you can do it then, but usually it's level 9, where you switch to attack, defend, attack, just to keep him out of the range of heat.
Yep. And I don't think we talked much about the whole idea of defend attack versus attack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead, Eric.
So when you defend before you attack, you get a boost to the power of your attack. And so most fights it's worth it to do that. This is definitely one of those. Come on. Any fear. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to use a potion 1 here. And if you're hit after you've been defending, then they'll hit you for less. Yeah, so that can be helpful in some fights. With the specific stat that I was at, each enemy has like a window of 2 guards. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where they will hit you for exactly 0 when you're defending. And that was happening with the Chimeras in the Castle Aram one, because I got a 4 on my level 1. You get a 4 or a 5 on level 1, the Chimeras will hit you for 0 when you're defending. So if you get a 6, then they'll hit you for 1. Just because that's that window. And then any further increase to your guard stat will get you still hit for 1.
Yep. And one of the things that can be a benefit of doing the defend attack is if you have, well, first of all, a couple reasons. One is because if the enemy a lot of times the enemies will heal when their hit points go below half. So when you, if you can get them right before they go below 50% of their HP, then you could do a defend attack, knock them out, and you don't have to worry about them healing. That's one reason, but the other reason is if they do a lot of damage, then that can like mitigate some of the damage, so you're still dealing the same amount of damage to them, but you're mitigating the amount of damage that you're being hit by. And like right now, if you'll notice on my screen, when I did a defend and that undead attacked, it was hitting for 0 damage. So there's a certain range, I believe it's just 2 specific stats where it will do that. So my guard stat is at one of those 2 specific numbers that will make it so when you do defend, it's going to hit for 0. So even though this statue here is a much weaker enemy, and I did the defend, he actually hit for 1 damage, even though his strength is a lot lower.
And I've got Darkonus in my chat asking about my video. I would like to apologize for the low quality of my video. When I started it up, like last night, the thing was running fine. I don't know what happened between then and now. I unplugged the cable and plugged it back in, and it got better. So I think there may be something going with the output cable to the video capture card. So I probably need a new one of those. But this is a very last-minute issue that popped up, and again, I apologize for that. I assure you it won't affect the quality of play. I will be just as bad as I normally am.
Even though Eric's probably a better player than I am.
don't know. I'd say you're a better all-around player because you play the no tune-up glitch as well. But we both have our strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, so maybe we could just take a minute here while we're doing this grinding and just talk a little bit about the different routes. So the route that we're doing, which is any percent, uses a glitch at the end of the game known as the tune-up glitch. And we mentioned we specifically select Lux as our character because he's the only character you can do the tune-up glitch on. But there's also another routing called the no tune-up glitch routing. And both of those categories were started. I think the main reason is because people wanted to see a different way where people can complete the game without using that specific glitch, because it definitely helps save a lot of time. So with this game, with the speed run, there's basically two different routes. There's the no tune-up glitch run, and then there's the tune-up glitch one. We're doing the tune-up one, which is a faster run.
Yeah, and there's also the thing with the Elnard level game. So, Game 7 Saga was released in Japan as Elnard, and they made a few changes to it to release it as 7 Saga in North America. And one of the changes that they did was they sort of nerfed the level gain stats. They were quite a lot higher, but they didn't fix it everywhere. Like if you recruit another character at the same level as you, they will have been gaining Elnard level stats, while you have been gaining 7 Saga level stats. So they will be at a higher level. So before we do the main recruitment, which ideally is Legis, but could be someone else if Legis is unavailable, we do as much grinding as possible just to get a really strong Legis, and then you get all those extra stat gains when you recruit them. And Legis is supposed to sort of lead the way to the spot where we do the tune-up glitch and make Lux super powerful, and then then Lux takes over from there and leads the way to something. Sort of the overview of this route.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. So, so with the tune-up run, we generally, if we're going to get Legis, I believe both Eric and I now, we take Lux to level 20, and then we recruit Legis at level 21. As we'll talk about later, there is there's going to be one apprentice that's going to become the trader, and it could possibly be Legis, the character that we want to recruit. So if Legis becomes the trader, then what we will need to do is we will need to select an alternative character. And I believe what both of us usually do is we'll take Lux, we'll go back to grinding, we'll take Lux up to level 24, and then recruit that character at level 25.
Yeah.
Oof.
Because when you recruit a character, they're going to be within one level of you. There's a 50% chance that it's a level below you, a 25% chance the same level as you, and a 25% chance it's a level higher. There's a little bit of manipulation that can be done there, but sometimes the best way to do it is just to save and keep trying until you get the right level.
So if you'll notice on my screen, I looked at this treasure chest, and it was a trick, which is an enemy in the treasure chest, and some people fight the trick, some people don't. I routed it in so that I would fight the trick, and we basically have a strategy with that fight where we have a mirror that we picked up at the beginning of the game, and what we want the trick to do is to basically cast Petrify on us, because then what happens is the mirror reflects it back on the enemy, and then the enemy turns into a rock, and then we can go ahead and just beat them up at that point. So that's the basic strategy on the trick fight. Eric was actually the one that, primarily the person that started doing that, and then I started copying him and doing that too, so.
Yeah, and I'm about to do that fight now. It is a fairly dangerous fight. It's a strong opponent, so I use the Bottle Protect to up my defense first thing, and it'll life drain. Use a B power. I don't think it can one-shot me from here, but it's close, so it's a bit risky. Close to 2 to get me all the way back up. Making me actually fight the fight. Okay, there's Petrify. Send attack. Okay, took a bit of a risk there. Paid off, and I got an emerald for it.
Emerald is really good to get.
Yeah.
But if you just go into the trick fight and you try to fight them like how we're fighting the undeads, they'll probably one-shot you. It's important to use the Bottle of Protect like what Eric did, and then using the B power will make you strong enough where you can... if you do a regular attack, you could generally hit them in 2 hits.
Yeah, so that we were doing the shopping in the first 2 towns. You get B powers in the first town and B protect in the second town. And you have enough resources to buy 4 of each in my routing. I don't know if you're buying more of them. Using 1 more of each here. So I'll use 1 of each at the trick fight, 1 of each in this fight, and there's 1 of each to just hold the slot. And then the 4th is in case of this encounter with a creature called the Despair. This can be really annoying in a particular walk that's coming up. You can't really survive it without that.
So, if you'll notice, as Eric was walking through the Cave of Earth here, he just came across this guy, Pyson, and I'm going to actually go up and fight him in just a minute. So basically, when you encounter Pyson, he says that one of your fellow travelers hired me to kill you. So basically, he'll go and then he'll fight you, and he says he's not going to tell you who that fellow traveler was that hired you. So it is sort of like a boss fight that you have, but we generally have it worked out where it's not a very hard boss fight. And it doesn't really matter at this point when we fight him, which, you know, Eric already fought him. I haven't fought him yet, but basically I'm probably going to fight him now. But the main goal right now in the Cave of Earth is to get experience to get to a certain level. It's not really to get through the bosses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the first Python fight isn't worth a lot of experience. It's not a great fight for that. So like the initial reason that I put it at the level 9 in my routing was because I was doing grinding past level 10 in the cave. And I didn't want to waste some of my fights when I have... Because at level 10 you get Thunder 1, a spell that does damage to multiple enemies. And I didn't want to waste some of my fights on a fight like Python where it's not a multiple enemy fight.
Yep.
Because I put it at level 9, because that's the highest level where it just goes by quickly. Because like I said, it's not really good experience for the fight that it is.
So another thing, and this is going to be a routing divergence that Eric and I are going to have. So he's going to be, at least I think you're going to be heading out either at the end of level 9 or beginning of level 10 out of the Cave of Earth. I'm going to be sticking around in the Cave of Earth and going to level 11. And the main reasoning for me staying in the Cave of Earth and going till level 11 is because The timing of going from level 10 to level 11 is approximately 8 minutes. And on average, in the grind later, in the brain grind, which we're going to be doing, that one, the average time between levels is approximately 8 minutes as well. So I figure if I can get an extra level earlier in the game, that allows me to run through the next part of the game quicker. So that's kind of my reasoning behind it. Eric, maybe you could share a little bit of your reasoning behind level 10 versus level 11?
Yeah, I am happy with the speed that I get with through the next little bit, basically up until the brain grind. With this level, you go up levels sort of faster with that. I don't have to worry as much about the resources to take me through level 10. I actually might leave earlier than level 10 because of lack of resources here. I've gone through all my potion 1s that I could spare. I think I have one spare potion 2, but I had to use one of them in my fight against the Trick because he stayed unpetrified for a little while there. But if a potion 2 is the only thing I have to heal, then I can basically grind until a heal is absolutely necessary. But yeah, I don't think that the extra level speeds you up all that much, and I do sort of grind as I walk through this next bit.
Yeah, and basically it's not that one way's right, the other way's wrong, it's just different preferences that we have on this. And if you'll notice on my screen, see, I got a multiple of 3 encounters here, and when you reach level 10, Lux learns a spell called Thunder 1, and that's a great spell to have because you basically can knock out 3 enemies in one attack, and it makes the fight go quicker. So I think I may have mentioned before, one of the big things with this particular speed run is having a quick and efficient grind, because that's mostly what you're doing in this speed run is grinding. So you want to find the most efficient ways to be able to grind. So getting something like Thunder 1 can help you a lot with getting through the fights quicker to get more experience. And maybe, Eric, you could talk about those androids.
Yeah, this is the tough fight of this region is the double android. They are pretty quick, so they will dodge a lot of your attacks. And they don't give you potion 1s, and the other enemies in this encounter do. Go for it. It's a bit risky here. Okay, he dodged. Am I going to die? Nope. Okay. I had a bit more healing than I thought I did. I'm at level 10 here. The other thing I was going to say is regarding the extra level. The one thing the extra level does allow you for is to recruit the first companion earlier. When you first run into them in one of the towns, and then kind of use them to speed up the rest of it. Whereas I will always get all the way to Melanam and the Midroom before I do that recruitment. See if I get a potion 1 drop. I do, I got a potion 1 drop. Faster if I use Thunder 1, but I am low on Emeralds. I think I only have the one for the saving the slot left. So I play it careful on those. But now I'm close enough to the town that if it's that fight again, I'll just use Thunder 1. And here we are at Bonner. Okay, we spend a little bit of time looking for game here. And this is also where we start keeping an eye out for the apprentices. The other apprentices have certain locations where they will go. The tavern is one of them. You get to see who's there. Because for the... You can see in my clip it says water. There we go. Soon in here. There's a certain order of preference that I have for the apprentices. Camille is the one I like best because he recruits the fastest and you can get through the fight with him at any level, so you don't need to manipulate the level or anything.
So right now with where Eric's at, he's not going to be recruiting. He's going to wait till he gets a little further in the game before he recruits, and if my understanding is correct, the main reason for that is he wants to get as much experience from the fights that he takes as possible, and to potentially get Lux to a higher level, so when he does the recruitment, he gets a higher level apprentice that he recruits.
And that's the thing about when you're fighting with a companion, you split the experience.
And it's the same strategy that I use too, so I'm not going to be doing a recruitment right away. I'm going to be traveling first to the town of Bonro where Eric is, then to Zealous, and then Melanam, and then once I get to Melanam, then I'll be doing my recruitment.
I took a wrong turn.
Now, if you notice, before I was using Thunder 1, this time I'm not using it, and the main reason I'm not using it is because I only have one M-herb left. So like I mentioned at the beginning, I don't want to use up all of my M-herbs, because if I do, then I'll lose the inventory slot. So that's basically why I didn't take the extra, like I didn't use the Thunder 1, because I want to save my MP for when I'm out here, walking to Bonro.
This is a fairly dangerous
So if I get a fight like this, then I'll go ahead and use Thunder 1. It gets me out of it quicker. Got a couple of potion ones, so I'll go ahead and use one just to top off my HP. Oh yeah, why don't you talk about the man rot there that you were fighting?
Yeah, so that's the encounter region where that starts is the one like a little ways past spawning. So so I'm just at the start of it right now. And it's a pretty difficult enemy for level 10. That may be a good reason to go to level 11. I think I burnt my emmer blood. I had to
Oops.
More later. How did I not notice that? Yeah. But the one thing that they do is they fossilize well. So I do buy some bee fossils specifically for that. Use on them. And help those fights go a lot smoother. They are decent experience. So one thing I noticed that you do with the Manroths is that you will fossilize them and run away. A lot of the time. Are you still doing that as a strategy for that fight?
It depends. So it depends. If I have a stronger Lux, then I might consider fighting. But if I have a weaker Lux and I'm just trying to get there, if I've already gotten a lot of encounters, then I won't bother.
Okay. Yeah, I just think that it's worth the experience.
Okay, so if you'll notice on my screen, I'm here in the House of Healing. Now, we picked up an A seed when we were in the Cave of Earth. So what I'm actually doing, I'm actually manipulating that A seed on Lux. And this is a new thing that I started doing, but basically I'm doing this so that I can get a quicker grind. And I'm going to use it now. It should be +4, which it is, and I got to talk to this guy. So that's just a slightly different strategy. I feel like it helps boost Lux stats a little more. Later in the game, it could come back to cost me because, like what Eric's doing, he's saving that A seed for when he recruits a partner, and he's going to put it on his partner. So,
yeah,
again,
one of the main characteristics that we're looking for in that recruited partner is a high speed stat. Emerald, that's what the AC does, is increase speed. So you can see I have over 5,000 gold now from selling that emerald that I got with the trick fight. And this is just a random chance what gem you'll get. Emerald is very good because it gives you that gold boost. You can maybe cut out a couple of treasure chests that you might need to get otherwise. It will allow me to stock up on mirrors all the way.
Yeah, it is a pretty rare find to get a emerald on that trick.
I can even get a couple of M-waters here. The mirrors, like we mentioned before, if your opponent casts Petrify on you, it will reflect it back on them. M-waters, if you have a companion, it brings them back to life. I will get there. Down here. That way I can see who's here. Oh, then. There, come here. Okay, in, that's good. Brantu joins the group. Have a good nap. And this is the walk that has those despairs I was mentioning earlier that are really difficult without bee power and a bee protect. They are difficult even with the bee power and bee protect. I'm only at level 10 still. And there's a certain class of enemies, there's relatively few of them that won't let you run away from them, or it's just impossible. And the despairs are one of those types of things. This guy's dangerous. Let's try to defossilized. Hey, he defossilized. And you can see now the shimmer in that dot there. That's what it looks like when you're near a town that has a rune. It's the wind rune that's in here.
And on my screen, as you just saw, I fossilized the man rot and then I just ran. That's a quick way to get out of battle. That's something.
I bribed him with all my emerald money. Okay, I'm a level 11 now. So this has become a lot less dangerous for me. And this is the first rune that you get, the wind rune. The runes always show up at the top of your inventory with your items. And they each do different things. The wind rune will warp you to any town that you've already been to. Except you can't do that from inside a cave. So there was, back in Monroe, I bought 3 Exagate. What the Exagate item does is work you outside of the cave when you're in it. And there's 3 of them to mainly just speed up the run. Just save them for pretty close to the end of the game.
And if you noticed on my screen in my inventory, I had a sapphire, which is what I got from the trick when I fought it, which is probably the second best thing you can get. And when I fought the trick, I actually didn't pay attention to what I did get, but that's a very good find to have as well. It's worth 2,500 gold.
Yeah, we both did pretty well from the trick.
Yeah.
Part here, not sure if it's going to do it. We have to do like a switch. Okay, it didn't get there, but there's a switchback to get to the entrance of the next room. And I get encountered there quite a lot because the dots are chasing you, and then you have to turn around. Caught up before then, so I should be good to get through there. And we're pretty much smelling it, huh? Go do a little bit of shopping, recruit somebody, hopefully with a meal, and then fight Red Python. Red Python is a bit of a, oh, you've got a despair.
This is the kind of fight you don't want to get when you're on this walk. A despair, because you can't run from them, and Lux is pretty weak at this point, so it can take a long time to beat them.
It can take a long time, it's dangerous. They don't give you very much gold or experience.
And they burn all your mirrors, too. Because they do petrify a lot.
I thought that dot was going to get me, and it didn't.
I think he already burned about 3 or 4 mirrors so far, and that's worth about 600 to 800 gold.
Ooh. That's pretty bad.
And the other thing with the despairs, like you just saw, they heal. So when you're at a low level like this fighting them, that can be a challenge too.
You're level 11, right?
Yes. There we go. He's finally beaten. He is worth 220 experience, which is not bad for this point in the game, but it's, I would say it is a time eater. Oh, and I got a second one.
Oh, no.
If I had an extra B power to use, the fight would probably go a little quicker, but if I use the 1 B power I have, then it'll go to the bottom of my inventory, and we're going to be using a lot of B powers later in the game, so it really helps to have it at the top of the inventory, so...
Yeah, when we get to the longest grind, it's the bottleneck item. You're going to have to go back and stock up every time you run out of those. It really helps to have it at the top of the inventory.
And I can't remember the exact statistic, but I want to think that getting a despair at this point in the game is only about a 1 in 8 chance. So I happen to get that 1 in 8 twice. And I am playing this fight a little safer, just because this is not a time in the game that I want to die, so...
Yeah, definitely.
So Eric already made it to a town called Melanam. It's actually a ruins, not to be confused with the runes. It's a ruin from a town that existed 5,000 years ago, and... So the guy that Eric picked up in the town of Zealous, Brand 2, he is a scientist, and he wants to go study Melanam to find out about the technology they had back then. So, so basically you're escorting Brand 2 over to Melanam so that he can do his scientific research.
Won't recruit, so let's see who else is willing to join me.
Camille will not join?
Okay, Olvan and I are going to make our dream come true.
Okay. So, yeah, so Eric's doing the recruitment right now. So this is where he does the first recruitment. He's got a partner, and what's going to happen is Eric's... well, after you get to Melanam, when you continue on... through Melanam and you go out the other exit, you find out that Pyson is back again. We thought we killed him before, but he comes back as Red Pyson, or R Pyson. So, in that sense, he is much stronger and more difficult to beat than the first Pyson. So, sometimes jokingly we refer to him as Revenge Pyson or Rematch Pyson, but Eric is getting the partner so that he can have somebody to help him get through that fight.
Yeah, So his job is to heal me throughout the fight, and then die right before I beat Red Pipe, so that I get all of the experience, which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
Definite improvement on original recipe fight.
Yep.
I call this fight the first major bottleneck of this run. There's a fairly high probability of dying. Second major bottleneck is the Regis. And in between the two, it's mostly grind. It's the main grind of the game. That's one. The defense one cell.
So as you can see, I'm just arriving here at Melanam right now, and I'm going to basically be doing the same thing that Eric did. I'm going to pick up a couple of items here, and one of the weird things with this RPG, and a lot of people make comments about, I can walk over here, go into the middle of the floor like this, without any kind of clues or anything. You could find an item like a brown coat lying on the floor, which is Lux's second best armor. So there's a lot of things in this game that some people think is a bit unfair, but that's just a part of learning the speed run, is learning about where these different items are located so that you know where to go to get different things.
Yeah, and just be thankful to all the people who came before, who spent hours upon hours searching every tile.
Oh yeah.
So that we could get this information.
It's definitely a blessing, all the things that they've done before us, and all the research that's been put into this game. So I'm just resupplying here with all my supplies. I can go back to Lemuel and buy more beat powers.
Good. I almost killed him. I didn't want to. There's a chance he's going to heal himself. Yeah, okay, good. One, two. Okay, Olden died. Now we need to hit him. We got him.
Yeah, so if you're wondering about the reason why we have Olven die at that point in the game, basically this game does a split experience between the characters, which basically means that if the character... if you have a partner alive and the enemy gives 2200 experience, each person only gets 1100 experience. It's split 50-50 between the two partners. So that's one of the reasons why we like to... that's the reason why we like to have them die off. Okay, so... I just tried to recruit Camille, and I got Camille, so Camille would not join Eric, but he joined me, so in that sense I would probably do something similar. I would try other characters if Camille would not join.
This here that I'm fighting is the brain. They are the key behind the grind. As you can see, it's 484 experience for each one of them. They are what we will use to get to level 20 as fast as possible.
And here I go onto the red Python fight.
Good luck on that fight.
Time to rematch Revenge Python.
The area where we're going to be doing the bulk of the grind has one of these encounters is 2 brains at once. Not to be confused with the movie The Man with 2 Brains starring Steve Martin. But that's a heck of a lot of experience. But it can also be very dangerous. Brains pass a spell with laser too, and it is a lot of damage to you. And if they both cast it on the same turn, before you're at like level 18 or so, then it just kills you and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, you died.
I died to, yeah, so I just died to red Python. Part of it was because of a mistake that I made. I went to go use a potion 2 on Camille and I actually accidentally discarded it. So he killed Camille and I wasn't able to hit. Although Python did dodge a bunch of times and he was toward the end of his HP, so it's possible that it may not have even been a winner anyway. That's one of the challenges with Python, is he can dodge a lot of your attacks, and if he does that, then you could die, so.
Yeah. Good, there's level 13.
So, Eric might get a slight lead here on that.
Yeah, that's about between 3 and 5 minutes. I find that death to red Python puts you behind.
And that's what Eric was referring to about there's a bottleneck here, because if you have trouble on the fight, then it could end up leading to falling behind.
Everywhere from here on out to the grind is the same encounter region as the grind. So these are the encounters we're going to be spending roughly an hour in. There's laser 2.
Yeah, so another thing that's important too with this game when you're speedrunning it is to also know when to save, because like for example before this fight I didn't have a very good fight, so what I did is I saved before it so that if something happens like what happened, I just hit the reset button on my console and then I go ahead and I'm basically playing again, so trying it over. And we do a lot of that reset in the speed run because especially with the recruitments, you're trying to get a very specific roll on the RNG, and if you don't get that, you're going to want to reset and try again.
Split from my level 13.
See, now I'm having the trouble with him dodging a lot, so that can potentially be a problem, especially once Camille dies.
Yeah. Trick is to get him as low as possible before Neil dies.
Exactly.
But you don't want to go too far and kill him with Neil still alive and lose that other half of the experience.
Yep. So, yeah, with that being said, if you notice, on my fight, Red Python did a heal, and so that, I actually see that as a good thing, because what could happen is, potentially, Camille could die off, and then Python could start dodging Lux, or he could heal, and then it's going to be a much more difficult kill for Lux, so by having him heal, then I know he's not going to heal. He only has one heal, and that's it that he can do.
Yeah, that's really useful. If he had more heals, we would not be able to do this fight as well.
Oops! Oh no. I tried to...
Uh-oh.
This is like a replay of Wednesday night when I ran. Oh boy. He was almost gone, but... Yeah, so I just lost like 1100 experience there from that, but oh well, just got to keep going.
Oh, I think I forgot to pick up the bottle of magic water.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Easy come, easy go.
Exactly.
I already bought 2 bottles of M water before.
So now in this fight, what I want to do is I actually want to get Camille to die off here. I'm not sure if he's going to, but not quite. If he doesn't die off, I'll just keep playing until he... Sometimes it's not worth wasting the time in the fight to get somebody to die off if the experience is not a lot, so... So as you can see on Eric's screen, he's fighting brains right now, and at that point in the run, that's basically what you want to be fighting. You want to be fighting brains. I forget exactly what the % encounter rate is, but that is the ideal fight to get. If you get the despairs, those fights can take longer. If you get... I'm just checking my inventory here. We're good. Or if you get the mantas, they do a lot of dodging, so sometimes they could become a problem too. But that's basically, you want to get as many brains as possible.
Just like the zombies do. See another shiny dot on the screen here. That is the water room that we're going to be getting later. The water room has to deal in battle. So we're going to wait until we do our retreat before we get that.
Okay, Camille's finally died.
Okay, now that I've set that flag, the only thing I have to do is just grind to level 20. And here it is. This is the double brain fight, only at level 13, so it's quite dangerous.
So one of the things that makes the brain fight dangerous is they have a spell called Laser 2, and that does a lot of damage to you when they use it on you. And if both of them do the Laser 2 at the same in the same turn, it could potentially destroy Lux. So that's basically the reason why it could be a dangerous fight, but it's very lucrative when it comes to experience.
Yeah, there's a good chance this gets me level 14 right now. Yeah, there is. Two in a row. Wow. Keep them coming.
So that's good RNG that Eric's getting there with the double brains.
Yeah. Practicing, I think it was the day before yesterday, I got 7 despairs in a row.
That's pretty rough.
Pretty bad. Yeah. But then it was after I finished the 7 despairs, there was like 3 double brain fights in a row.
Yeah.
Weird RNG.
Yeah, that's one thing about this game too, is the RNG really has a lot of variance.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that the B powers is a bottleneck item for this grind. At the lower levels like this, it can be healing that is the bottleneck, so I have to go back to the shop for to stock up again. Use these mantis dodging. Oh, there we go. Got him. One brain. There.
So on my screen, I just hit level 13, which is kind of low right now, and part of it has to do with the fact that I accidentally forgot to kill off Camille in the Red Python fight. Or not that I forgot, but I miscalculated things. So in that sense, I'm a bit further behind compared to my splits because of that mistake. It really is a costly mistake when you do that, so at least from a time standpoint.
I came close to doing that. It may just be sheer luck that my risky hit that has definitely backfired in the past didn't kill off Red Python. But yeah, I did the same gamble you did and just happened to get lucky.
Yeah.
benefits of having a lower power lux.
True. So if it looks like I'm taking more fights here before getting to Pell, one of the reasons I'm doing that is because I'm purposely timing it with my inventory so that when I reach Pell, I'll be down to 1 B power, so then I can get to Pell, resupply when I go in there, and then head back out and start working my way down to Guns. So sometimes even the way that we try to organize things that way with the speed run so that we can kind of make the most efficient use of our trips into town. And if you'll notice on my screen, I'm fighting this Manta. He can cast the spell Agility, which makes his agility go way up. So if you noticed, he dodged about 4 or 5 times before I was actually able to hit him. So they can be a challenge just in the sense of trying to hit them. Okay, so now here's the double brain fight, which is probably one of the best fights, but also one of the riskiest fights. And I'm down to my last B power here. Yep, and one of them ran away. That's the other thing that can be a problem with these brains, is when they run away. Because they do have a tendency to do that, so...
Look, you get all your hopes all up, and then they just dash them.
Exactly. So, as you can see, I went into town right when I need to resupply. And now I'm going to be resupplying while I'm in here. Now I'm stepping out of the store here just for a minute because I want this NPC here to not move right. I want him to move, I'm sorry, not move left, either move right or up, because there's a hidden bottle of agility right there on the ground. Again, one of those things you don't get any clues about or anything, but you just have to, you know, from people researching the game and finding out more about it, they've come to realize, okay, you can pick up an item there, so... So usually I kill off, if you notice, I kill off in that particular fight. Oh, I just made a mistake there. I kill off the bee demon first because he can cast Defense 1, which raises the defense on the enemies, and if he casts that on the Manta, that's going to make the fight go a lot longer. So there's certain strategies that we use in these fights of how we fight them to try to keep it as efficient as possible.
Yeah, plus he's easier to kill, so it just makes sense to kill him earlier instead of trying to fight the Manta while you're waiting for all of the animations for the bee demon. The bee demon's attack to go through. I like at the lower levels to use a bee power on this one. Just to not have to wait so many times for your hits to finally land on the Manta, only to have it do very little. Anyway, 226. So keep that Manta as any hit. And then once they hit level 17, usually I switch over to Thunder 1 on that fight. In this run, because I burned the Emerald slot, so having to re-up my mana, get more scrolling.
Ooh. So that right there that happened on my screen is an example of how the bee demon can actually create a problem. He just raised the brain's defense, so in that sense now it's going to take me longer to kill the brain, especially being at level 13. That makes things a bit more challenging. And there goes the Thunder 2. This is quite an interesting fight. I'm sorry, the Laser 2 that he just used on me. So that's where it dealt like 55 damage. Sometimes it could deal 60 or 65. So it really just depends. But it depends on how the RNG rolls. But that's why the fights can be dangerous when you're on a double brain fight. Because if they do a double Laser 2, it could just wipe out Lux. Oof. And if you'll notice, my stats on level 14 was 3, 4, 3, 2, which is rolling down on almost everything except for magic. But one of the things that I've realized about this game, and I think in speedrunning in general, is sometimes you just have to keep going for it, even when things happen in the game that are not quite the way you expect it to be or what you want to happen. A lot of times speedrunning is a matter of just continuing on and continuing to press on with it.
Yeah, you hope it averages out, right?
Yeah. And I had some better rolls earlier on, so in that sense that should help average things out.
Yeah. Maybe there'll be another time save somewhere else that makes up for it.
Exactly.
So it's probably worth noting why I am poisoned and not feeling the poison from myself. Part of the strategy is to you want at the end of this grind to be poisoned, and later on in the higher levels of the grind you can dodge quite a bit. It can actually be quite difficult to get poisoned. The reason you want to be poisoned is once you recruit lieges, you want to kill off Lux for a few reasons. And one of the ways to do that is to have him poisoned and just walk around until he dies. Because every time you take a turn in a fight, or every time you take a few steps, it'll flash that pink sort of magenta color. That does 1 damage. One of the reasons to do that is when we get the water rune, another despair, there is a good chance that Legis will betray you and fight you for it. If Legis is the only one alive, there's no one for him to betray and fight. The game won't allow that to happen.
And each of the apprentices have a different percent chance that they will betray you. So Legis is actually at the highest, and sometimes Legis is known as the betrayer because he will. For him, it's a 1 in 8% chance that he will betray. And for Wilmy, it's 1 in 16. Camille and Olvin's 1 in 32. And Valsu is 1 in 128. And Lux and Asuna will not betray.
And another reason to kill off Lux is you want Legis to be the one who does the next apprentice fight, which comes up on the star room, which is just immediately following the water room. Or sometimes, Joe, you route it so that it's before the water room. Oh, he sent one both of them? What a jerk. And the reason that you want Legis to do that fight and not Lux is because of those Elnard stat gains I was mentioning earlier. How all of the other apprentices, as I'm gaining these levels here, are gaining them faster. So when you have to fight one of the other apprentices, it's an uphill battle, but if you have just recruited someone who was also getting those Elnard bonuses, then it's a more even fight. And then you just use buffers to make it not even at all, and it's a really easy fight.
So I'm in the middle of resupplying right now, and I'm going to make an additional trip that I usually don't make. I'm going to go back to Zealous because if you remember, I got a couple of despairs earlier, and I used up a lot of mirrors, so I don't want to be in a situation where I run out of mirrors, so I'm actually coming here just to resupply my mirrors, just to make sure I'm not going to be in a situation where I run out. Usually we can make it through the grind without having to buy mirrors, but this is more of just a safety play that I'm doing, especially since this is a race where we are running it to complete the game. I don't want to be in a situation where I run out of mirrors, die, and just kind of makes it a little bit more of a not so good situation. So
yeah, I do have to do that excursion for the mirror shopping a bit more frequently than you do. Because I'm not doing that extra level of grinding in the Cave of the Earth, so I don't have as much gold to spend on mirrors when I get to double the first time, on average.
So I just noticed in the really, really longathon chat that somebody was asking if this is a Lux solo run. Apologies if I'm a little delayed in answering that question, but no, it is not Lux solo. What Eric was talking about with the recruitments is we do recruit partners, but because of the split experience, we try to only keep one person alive at a time when we're grinding.
Yeah, I don't want to share my double brain fight experience with Olvan.
Yeah, that would be a loss of 484 experience, I believe.
Yep. Although Olvan did do a very good job of dying when he was supposed to.
Camille, on the other hand, he was not as cooperative.
Yeah. My Olvan, he was at full health and it took 3 hits in a row from Red Tyson. Quite fortunate. Hey, there's level 17. The gold split. Nice.
Oh, nice. So Eric's a little ahead of me right now, and the main reason for that is, well, a couple reasons. One of them is because of that death, or the death that I took to Pyson on the first, Red Pyson on the first attempt, and then the second attempt because when I killed him, I didn't get the full experience because Camille was alive. So with that put me behind. The death probably put me behind about 5 minutes, and then 3 to 5 minutes, and then losing that experience probably put me another 4 or 5 minutes behind. But that's not really the main thing with the race, because the main thing is going to be who gets the Legis recruitment, or other recruitment, depending on whether Legis is the traitor or not. So that's something that is going to make a big difference, because one of us could spend a really long time trying to recruit Legis, and the other person could get them first try. So it's really up in the air with how that's going to work out.
Yeah, or not even get Legis at all.
Exactly.
And have to do more grinding. There's a huge amount of RNG at that point in the run. level 17 is at least changed my strats a bit with fights. But you see the fights generally go a lot smoother starting at level 17. It just takes more of them to go up levels.
Now, for those of you noticing on my stream, I have not actually been getting many brain encounters. I've been getting a lot of mantas, bee demons, despairs, which is actually what you don't want in this grind, because the brain... Oh, speaking of a brain, there's one, but when you get the other encounters, they generally give like half the amount of experience that the brains give, or less than half. So in that sense, that can be another RNG factor, which can determine how quickly you go. So, there can be variance in this part of the run as well. And usually if we're speedrunning this and doing our PB strats, we usually, like, if things go bad, like if you're behind on your PB, you generally will just stop and reset and not even continue on at that point and just try another run, because if things are not going that well up to this point, you generally just say, okay, let me do it again where I know I could be doing better, so.
Yeah, and it's that RNG that is the reason I got that gold split. At that level, I happen to get a lot of rings. The brain, oddly enough, is the only human organ that named itself. Oh, double brains.
Oop. So looks like Eric got a double brain kill there. Got him to the next level.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good on time in general. Another double brain fight. Wow.
So I guess we didn't really talk a whole lot about it, but maybe we can talk a little more about Petrov and the traitor.
Oh, yeah. This was what the original Tyson was talking about. And then another apprentice hired me. So there's an apprentice that is a traitor to you. And has the star ring. You'll have to fight for the star ring Petrov after you go through a cave.
Yeah, so what happens is, in the next town we go to, we obviously haven't gotten there yet. If you go and you start talking to people in that town, they basically tell you how this guy came in and he overthrew the king, he stole the star rune, and now nobody is able to beat him, and he's in control of the whole town, and basically how they're under oppression. And when you try to walk into the castle, the gate's locked, so you can't even get into the castle. So you basically find out that there's this underground tunnel that leads into the castle. So you go through that castle, and then when you get in there, you find out that it was one of the apprentices that basically took over the castle. And when you talk to him, he basically says, hey, I knew you would come eventually. Why don't you join up with me here, and we'll have so much power, we can just forget the runes. So, in that sense, if you say no to him, then he'll say, well, I have no choice but to fight you, and then you basically fight him, and then when you kill him, you get the star rune. But the thing that's a big deal about that is if that, it could be a random apprentice that becomes that traitor. Back in, after we beat Red Pison and we talk with the mayor in Aegis, who lets us into the tunnel, at that point, it is determined who the traitor is, and it's just randomly selected. So if that traitor is Ligi's, then that means we're going to have to find a different partner because he'll never be able to join us at this point in the game. So, there's a couple different things that are significant about that when it comes to the speed run is that it could change up the whole routing if Ligi's becomes the traitor. Then in a race like this, we would have to select a different apprentice.
And I believe you have significantly more experience than I do playing non-Legis runs because you do the no tune-up glitch as well.
Yeah, with the no tune-up glitch, it's not as significant, although I just recently have been trying out a new routing with the no tune-up glitch. And if Olvin becomes the traitor, then it can make things a bit more of a challenge with the way that I've been trying to reroute a few things in the no tune-up run. So... But at least for this one, doing the tune-up, it's it's a bit different overall with the routing.
Another gold split.
Nice. So when Eric gets these gold splits, that's usually because he's getting a lot of brain encounters, and since the brains give the most experience, almost double all the other enemies, that just makes things go a lot better and a lot quicker. So that's how Eric's able to pick up gold splits like this.
There's also some variance with the timing of when you need to stock up on shopping. Like sometimes you can squeeze a level in between two shopping trips without needing to go to stock up. And I think that's what happened there. That was the last fight before I needed to go get more V-power. Because if I had to do this shopping trip that I'm doing now on the other side of that level up, like beforehand, if that was a different encounter, that last one in the double brain, then that added to the whole time of this stock up to it, which is like 2 minutes now on that.
It's probably about a couple minutes, I think, to stock up.
Yeah. Now with this level, because I've done that stock up first thing before even fighting any of the fights needed to gain the next level, there's a high probability that this level will have 2 shopping trips in it, so I'll lose that time. So far my encounters are leaning that direction. There's been 1 despair and these guys.
Yeah, so this level, I just got level 17. It was 10 minutes to get from level 16 to level 17, and I had just done a shopping trip before I hit level 17, so kind of like along the lines of what Eric's saying, I think I probably had 2 shopping trips in that level, so that can be a factor that plays into whether or not you have a quicker level or slower level.
A lot of the time that's just an RNG thing. Like if you're timing, it's about 1 stock up that you'll have to do every level. But if the timing of that falls around where you're leveling up, then some variation pushes back and forth onto either side of of that level up split, and then your splits can look like they're going from really good to really bad and back to really good again. When that's not really what's happening, it's just you're consistent through it. But it's still the best way of measuring how this grind is going.
Oof. That's what you don't want to see happen, what just happened with me. I power myself up, and then the brain just turns around and runs away.
Yep.
He's scared of a powered-up robot.
All dressed up and no place to go. And then there's when they waste a bunch of your time and run away on the third turn. That's the thing about running away, is that the enemy can only run away as part of one of its first 3 actions. If it hasn't run away in the first 3, then it's going to stay for the whole fight.
So if you noticed on my stream, I think I probably... Oh yeah, here we go again. I've probably had about... I would say about 4 or 5 brains here that I've fought in since the last fill-up at Lamille. So, in that sense, it's very possible that this split that I have is going to be a quicker split compared to the other ones that I've had. Because the other ones, it's been about 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes, 10.5 minutes. But with things going a lot faster this time, this could potentially be a better split. So that just kind of shows how things can vary a bit. So that was just 2 double brains in a row here, which is a very nice thing to get in this grind. Especially at these higher levels, because when Lux is stronger like this, then he tends to take them out a lot quicker, and it's less dangerous fighting them compared to when you're in the earlier levels. So I had a handful of brains there on that level up, and it was actually 6.5 minutes compared to like the 8 minutes or 10-minute leveling. So that's kind of how the, depending on your encounters, can depend on how quickly you can get the next levels. And now I got a Manta that's being a troll. Doing a lot of dodging.
Level 18? Oh, usually you hit them pretty well at level 18.
Oh yeah, I haven't been counting the dodges here, but it's been a lot.
Yeah.
So that's really how things can vary in the speed run.
Okay, let's hope this here is level 20.
Okay, it looks like there was another question in Really Longathon asking, is this Robo, or is this going to be Robo Elf? I'm assuming he's meaning Lux and Asuna. Based on the way that things have been going in this run, we will. I don't think we're going to be recruiting Asuna at all, because Asuna is one of the characters on that final recruitment that we will not select. And the main reason for not selecting Asuna is we have a boss fight later on, Monmo, and he's very weak to fire, and Asuna does not have fire magic, so that could make that fight go a really long time. Like, she may actually only be hitting Monmo for like 1 damage each, and he's got like, I forget, 800 HP or something, so that would make that fight go extremely long. So we don't get the Elf or Asuna at all in this speed run. The only time we could potentially get Asuna is on that very first recruitment when I got Camille and Eric got Olvin. That one we basically just take whoever's going to join us. Most of the time Camille or Olvin will join, but if they didn't join, then we would probably try for Asuna.
Yeah, there's benefits and drawbacks to recruiting Asuna for that fight. The benefit being she can't be the traitor, so it increases the number of possibilities that aren't Legis to be the traitor, making a Legis recruit slightly more likely when we get to that point. But she is pretty weak in that fight. So it can increase the riskiness of that bottleneck. But it just kind of like tips the RNG forward in the run by an hour. Some of it anyway.
Yeah. And in my chat, J-Pop for Life, he's a he runs mostly 7th Saga Rando. He said, just buy 40 B-Fires.
I like it. Oh, there's my level 20.
If we could do that, we would, but
Oh, absolutely.
that's just one of the limitations of this game. Alright.
Okay, I'm fine. changes, so I'm going to be looking at all of the apprentice locations. There's 3 in each of these towns I'm going to. And just seeing who's there. 3, yeah. We can find out if Legis is the traitor by process of elimination. Okay, there's Val too.
So Eric's bringing back Olvin right now, and the reason he brings him back to life is you cannot recruit a character when your partner is dead. They'll basically say, "Go help your friends." So Eric is bringing Olvin back so that he can basically talk to Legis if he finds him to know whether or not he'll join.
Either Legis or Wilmy.
Okay, so there's a few search locations that we have not checked. That's in the final town of this continent called Bone, and walking to Bone with Lux can take a long time just because Lux doesn't handle the fights very well, and it can be a time waster going over there. So we generally don't walk to Bone until we get our recruited partner. So in that sense, what Eric's doing now is every 4 to 11 fights, the apprentices move. So Eric is, double laser 2 on me. But anyway, so Eric's taking fights to to try to cycle that 4 to 11 fights when they move, so that he can see if he can find either Wilmy or Legis. If he finds Wilmy, that means that Legis is the traitor. But if he finds Legis, then Wilmy is the traitor, because he already found Valsu and Camille. So he knows that they're not the traitors. So that's basically why he's going to Lamille and fighting hermits.
Yeah, I'm fighting them because it's the quickest fight. I just need a number of fights to go by as quickly as possible.
Yep.
I don't need experience from it. Well, I might need experience if I'm going to have to recruit Wilmy. To get the fastest run possible, I'm still hoping for Legis to prove. Fights right there. I'm going to do 8 fights and then see if they've shot. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't memorize all the apprentice locations. I didn't get very much sleep. That might be part of it. Starting to lose focus after a couple hours here.
Yeah. But I know where Asuna was, so we'll go there. We'll just go to Gun and see if Asuna's where she was, even though it's a bit of a walk there. Ooh, I got a potion 1. Great. Free $20 potion 1.
Yeah. shuffled so they are in your location. Three in here. In here. Oh, hi, it's Luigi.
Oh, okay. So he found Luigi's. That means that Wilmy's the traitor. And now he's giving him, we call that a neutral response. You irritate me to no end. I'm going to settle the score with you someday. So basically what he has to do now is he needs to take fights to get Luigi's response to change to wanting to join. Alright, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually do something a little different compared to what Eric did on the grind. I am actually going to take my walk to Petrov now at level 19. So I'm dodging the dots here just to try to get there with the least number of encounters. And I just do that because I think there's a little bit... It's debatable. There's the one side of things where if you take more fights on the enemies that give you more experience, you can run once you get Luigi's and make it quicker. But there's the other side of things where, since we're already grinding close to where the encounter zone changes, if you just walk into the other encounter zone and get over to where you need to be, then it could potentially be quicker that way. So, again, it's something that's debatable. There's not one right way or wrong way in it. It's just basically personal preference.
Yeah, and I used to do it that way, the way that Joe's doing it now. And then I switched to just the surprise.
Oh, that's a good change. So,
Okay, I got the right recruit. Yeah, this is a pretty good recruit going on here.
okay, well, that's really good for Eric then.
Yeah. Now what we're gonna do is I'm getting a level 21, which is a 1 in 4 chance.
So what Eric's doing now, he got the right response. Now he's going to save scum the level to specifically recruit him at level 21.
19. Let me reset, and there's a long opening animation.
Yep. So when you recruit the characters, it's a 50% chance that they'll join one level lower than your level. It's a 25% chance that they'll join at the same level, and then 25% chance they'll join one level higher. So what you're aiming for is that one level higher when you're doing the recruitment. So Eric's going to basically just try to recruit him. If he doesn't get level 21, he's going to reset and try again. That's basically what he's doing right now. And keep resetting until he gets that level 21. And in the meantime over here, I'm fighting Despairs almost at level 20 myself, so...
Again. 3.
And if you'll notice from the names of our characters, the name of my character is good, and the name of Eric's character is evil. So we said we'll have this, we'll name our characters good and evil, so it's good versus evil, if you're wondering about the names of our characters. That was Eric's idea.
I'm in the lead. To anyone who has looked at the world lately, evil is in the lead. Another 19. That's 4 19s in a row.
Wow. Maybe there's still hope.
There's a lot of other stuff that can still go wrong for you too.
All right, 4, 5, 7, 1.
That's another 19. 5 in a row.
So what can happen here a lot of times when people are casually playing it, and if they tried to do something like this, they might even question, is it even possible to get a level 21 or even a level 20? But, you know, again, the way that the RNG rolls, it's 50% one level down, 25 at the same level, and then 25% going higher. Eric just happens to keep rolling down on all of his levels.
It is favored, so not entirely unreasonable. Ooh, pardon me. Well, there's a 20.
Okay, so a little closer. Okay, so somebody in the really, really longathon chat asked if there was a wipe. It's not a party wipe. Currently, Eric is safe scumming his Legis recruit to get him at level 21.
There's a 20. 5 19s and 2 20s.
And I'm slightly behind here because I am still trying to get level 20 so I can recruit a level 21 Legis. So I am, but I should be getting there pretty soon. Oh, you got him.
Yeah.
Okay, so now,
8 times.
okay, so now, he did get the level 21 recruit, so that's really good on Eric's part, because he wants Legis, and also he got him at level 21, so now he's pretty much going into a new go mode where he's going to be going to Petrov. He wants to kill off Lux, get the water rune, the star rune, and he's going to be moving on to that now.
So I do the walk to Petrov and the walk to Bone, which at this rate should kill off Lux, and if it doesn't, then it's the walk. We don't want the brain fights anymore. We just want to get there as fast as possible.
Yeah, and one slight difference in the routing is I already made my trip to Petrov, what Eric's doing right now, so I won't have to do that when I recruit Legis or whoever else I recruit. And if it looks like he's kind of wandering around all over the place on the map, it's mainly because he's trying to avoid encounters.
Step into Petrov and step out so that I have the ability to warp there with the wind rune. And then I'm going to keep going to Bone. Going to Bone.
Yep. So that's what I was saying. Doing that walk with Lux by himself, it could be a bit more dangerous, especially with some of the encounters, because you can get like cocoons as encounters, and they can be a real troll. They only give 176 experience, and they're pretty powerful enemies, so for the amount of experience they give and for their strength, you really want to try to avoid them as much as possible, both in this any percent as well as in the no tune-up run.
Even casually, I'd like to avoid them.
Yeah, exactly. There's like nothing good about those encounters. The only thing that could be good is if you're trying to death warp and you're looking for a good fight to death warp on.
Even then, those guys can be really inconsistent with it.
Yeah.
Whereas they have some very powerful spells, but they'll, a lot of the time, they'll just petrify and buff themselves. There's a cocoon. Bye-bye.
There's an example of one on Eric's screen.
And they're gonna let me run away again. He is buffing himself.
Okay.
Good dodge.
So if you notice on my screen, I just reached level 20. So now I am going to basically do the same thing that Eric did. I'm going to look around, see if I can find Legis, or with process of elimination, find out if Legis is the traitor. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to revive Camille. And this is a search spot as well, where one of the apprentices could be, so that's why I checked that first. And then I check the other spots here, outside the tavern, and inside this room. Nobody's here. Now I go to Aegis, and the inn is a search spot, or an apprentice location. So I'm actually going to save here at the inn, because if I find Legis, I'm going to just see if he'll join right away. So then I go through and start checking all the other spots. And of course, as I'm looking around, I also have to watch Lux's health to make sure he doesn't die. There's Asuna. There's Womi. So Asuna doesn't really matter if you find her or not, because you know that she's not going to be the traitor. But Wilmy could potentially be the traitor, but he's not. So if we find Olvin and Valsu, then we know Ligis is the traitor. There's Valsu, so now it's between Olvin and Ligis, who could be the traitor. And we have, in my chat, J-Pop for Life is making the prediction that Olvin will be the traitor, the Petrov King. Hey! Here he is. And he's joining.
Oh, wow.
Yes. I think he's not level 20 by his... Yeah, okay. Alright, so we're going to try this again. And J-Pop for Life guessed it. He's going to get a shout-out.
Hi.
Alright, so now I'm basically doing the same thing that Eric did. I'm going to save scum the level to get him at level 21. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to venture out here. I'm going to actually try something new. I'm actually going to try to save scum, or I'm going to try to manip the level. So I haven't done that live before. This is going to be the first time I'm going to try it. The really, really longathon channel here gets to see something brand new I'm going to try. So this is actually one of the locations that I've tried before, and I'm going to see if I can actually do it. So,
What's the location?
Bonro Item Shop.
Okay.
So what I need to do, similar to the seed manip, I need to step into the House of Healing, and I am going to put in the inputs of the guy here. And that's going to give me an idea of where we are at on the RNG string, which will help me to left, up, left. Okay, so down, right. Okay, so what I'm looking for on the RNG string is I'm looking for a number of lefts, because it's right before the guy goes left is where they will join at level one level up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so what I'm going to be looking for here is a... Right... Down, up, up. Let me step out here and step back in. Okay, I think I'm actually on the wrong part here. No, alright, I gotta... A second here. Down, up. I think this is it. Alright, let's see if we get +1 here. Might work, might not work. Got it! We did it!
Nice!
The level manip. Alright. Now we're going to say goodbye to Camille, and I am heading right to Petrov, and with this particular setup, I am... Oops, I just realized I'm in the wrong... window here. So this is one of those circumstances where I head straight to Patroff, and I'm just going to do the Patroff tunnel instead of the water rune first, because I still have Lux alive with 84 HP, and I just want to get going, so I just head right into the Patroff tunnel here, and I'm just going to walk through Patroff.
And I'm here previewing what's at the end of the Patroff tunnel.
So you're going to be fighting Wilmy here, right?
I'm going to be fighting Wilmy, yeah.
And I'll be fighting Olvin.
Fully healed, I'm just going to go for it. Yeah, that was a pretty easy fight.
Yeah, and that's because of the Elnard boost. Because of the fact that we have those Elnard boosts that he was talking about before, that's what makes the fight go a lot easier.
Now I need to survive my luck.
Yeah, maybe you could talk a little bit about how some characters go to Pandem, some to Dwayne.
Yeah, so there's some different ways through the next part of it. There's another half of the continent that you can get to a few different ways. There's the way we're going to do it is we're going to talk to the child who is in the wrong city, and then their father's going to give us a boat ride to Pandem.
So at the beginning, when you start with the different apprentices, it gives you a different storyline with each one. So with with Lux, you go to a town in the north called Pandem, but if you're Lieges, you go to a different town, Dwayne. So Eric purposely revived Lux so that when Lux talks to the kid, he takes him to Pandem instead of to Dwayne. So that's basically what he's doing with reviving Lux at this point.
Yeah, so going to Dwayne takes longer. You have to go into the cave to get it, get the remote, and get the underground ship, and then Olvin has his own way to the north continent. Now I'm basically doing a manipulation on all the pieces that I have accumulated onto Legis to get Legis down.
Yeah, so as you remember earlier in the game, we did that manipulation of the seeds. So now Eric is doing a manipulation of those seeds on Lieges because he wants to make Lieges as strong as possible so that Lieges can carry him through most of the game up to Melanam in the past.
And these agility seeds to increase the speed are very important.
Yep, agility is very important. It helps with being able to run and, of course, being able to dodge encounters as well.
But that's also one of the differences with that new route that Joe did. up one of the agility seeds earlier to help the grind go more smoothly.
Yep. But as you saw, it's not really a guarantee that it's going to go smoother, as it took me a bit longer with the grind and had some more dodges on the red Python fight.
Yeah, it's the likelihood type thing.
It's pretty much just a matter of doing things to try to increase your odds of doing better.
There's a short animation here. I'm going to take a quick wash and break while we're now.
And here's Olvin.
Okay, now we're pan down. Headshot. How about the headshot? Drop up on some mirrors.
Okay, so now that I got the star rune, as you see, I went back to Pell, and what I'm doing here is I'm just going to resupply my items while I'm here, and then I'm going to make my trip over to Digger Quos, and I'm going to get the water rune next. So slightly different strategy, but I want Lux dead when I get the water rune because there is that 1 in 8 chance that Legis will betray. So we don't want that happening in a speed run, so we keep Lux dead so that there's no betrayal that takes place.
This is a dangerous encounter. Cocoon mutant.
This is another one of those times where the cocoons can really become trolls.
Yeah. It took Lux to 1 life.
Those situations where every HP counts.
Oh. Oh, that was my only encounter on the way to Pell.
Actually,
Yes.
just for fun, I tried pulling out the vacuum, see if I could get a guy, but
Nice.
70% chance of hitting, but it didn't work.
Oh well.
Sometimes it's fun just to throw those out for the amusement.
Secret passage to the tunnel.
Oof. Luigi's almost died on the way to Bone. From a classic cocoon.
Yeah, that can happen.
Okay, so now that I'm in Bone, I'm going to revive Lux, and then we'll make the trip over to Pandem as well.
I'm in this game mainly to get the intelligence speed that's in here. And then I'm going to use the first of those exit gates I was talking about earlier. I guess I got an encounter in between the chest and the item. It doesn't kill me. Successfully escaped. Okay, out of here.
Oh, okay, so in my chat, J-Pop for Life is asking, why is the Pandem route better? So, a couple different reasons. One is the encounters aren't as difficult. Secondly, it's quicker to just go to Pandem and then make your way to the different towns in the northern continent versus going to Dwayne. You have a long walk from Dwayne to get up to Belaine to Lane, and then you kind of still have to go toward Pandem when you go to Biltham and Brush. So in that sense, just the way the map is set up, it's a little better that way. I don't know if, Eric, you have any other comments on that?
Yeah, there also is a trade-off, because in Dwayne there is the fire cloak. So you were playing the game without the fire cloak. But I believe it is worth the trade-off, but by quite a wide margin. Just that walk from Dwayne is so long that it adds quite a bit of time to the run.
Alright, and then if you notice here, I just picked up a ring on the floor, and that is for Liegis. That helps protect Liegis against the vacuum spell. And I'm back in.
I got that as well. And then it also lets you sell the mask that was equipped to Legion previously, which is like 4,000 something gold.
So now I'm just going ahead and doing the seed manipulation here.
Seed manipulation window still open. Go.
Oops. Now, that +3, that was because I actually made a mistake there with the string, so not too bad when it's +3 versus +4, but sometimes you have to be a little careful of that.
What seed was that on?
What's that?
What seed were you
PR
using
seed.
that you lost? A PR seed? Okay, that's not bad. That's the least important one that we're using now.
There we go, so that's +4. Alright, so at this point, I believe we are good to go here. So we should have all our seeds on. So now we're going to start making the journey over to the town called Paddle. Some people call it Padal. And that town is a town where this guy Prosa is. And Prosa trains a lot of generals, or trains a lot of military people. And he basically is busy. He knows that there's this serpent that's been abducting children, and he basically said that he would try to go and get rid of Serpent himself, but because he's so busy with the training that he's doing, that he is unable to go there to deal with Serpent. So he asks us if we would go ahead and deal with Serpent instead. So, now, technically, you just have to talk to him. You don't have to say, yes, I will do it. But so I actually say no to him because there's a few less letters of text that come through. Figure it saves a half a second, but anyway, so you talk to him, he asks you to do that. So one of the quests that we're going to be doing on the northern continent is going after Serpent, killing Serpent, and then after you kill Serpent, then he gives you the Moon Rune. So that's where we get another one of the runes. There's another town that we go to on the northern continent called Biltham, and maybe, Eric, you could talk about Biltham.
Right here. No.
Or actually, no, if you want to talk about Dragon in the Sky Rune, since you're on it.
Yeah. Make sure that I have to use F field because I don't have Fire Cloak. So I'm fighting this dragon here, who is guarding the Sky Rune. But then when we finish fighting the dragon, we discover that the Sky Rune has gone missing, so it has been taken by another one of the entities that we're going to have to fight someone. If they are in a randomized location, we're going to need to look for them. And the way we're going to do that, because we know they have one of the we know they have one of the runes. We're going to go to the towns they could be in and go out of the town and see if the town is glowing on the orb, on the crystal ball that we have. Possible that they could be in towns that we're not accessing yet, and it might take a little while. I want Lux to die off. Oh, so close, Lux, so close. That'll do it. Now we start looking at town. Somewhere we haven't been yet, then we're just going to move on to the next rune.
Yep. So we mentioned that there's the Moon Rune, the Sky Rune that Eric's working on, and then there's the Light Rune, which is in Biltham. So if you go and you talk to people in Pandum, a lot of people there, they talk about how if you go up to Biltham, the people are like zombies and the people are acting really weird there. And so if you actually make the trip up to Biltham, you hear people talking about like, welcome to Biltham, the kingdom of Doros. And then you talk to other people and they're just like, hail Doros, and all these other things that are going on. Basically, it seems like it's a cult that you're walking into. And when you go and you find out there's a way you could get into the castle, but then certain things are blocked in there. And when you go into the prison, you talk to this guy there, and he says, are you here to overthrow Doros? And if you say yes, then he says, let me give you something that will be helpful. And he gives you this star. So then you go and you fight Doros. You cannot beat him if you don't have the star. So basically, you have to kill Doros, and then once you kill him, you found out that everybody was just all in this daze, or they, didn't know what was going on. So, but you get the Light Rune after you kill Doros. So that's basically the story behind that. Okay, so that's the guy Prosa that I talked about, who basically trains people in the military in these towns.
Both into now. I have a situation where I have Valsu here, but I don't know if Valsu has the rune. Okay. Because there's Prosa has the other rune. I'm going to steal it from you, yes. Let us be strong and true to ourselves.
Yeah, and
I have made the mistake in the past of not saving before this fight. Which, if you lose the fight, then the other apprentice takes all the runes from you, which means you can't warp from town to town. You're stuck walking analog style. And it's very annoying and a huge time sink, and you're almost always better off. But into your last save point. I'm saving more frequently than I would in a TV attempt because it's a race. I think Joe touched on that a little bit. The strats change a little when you're trying to be the best of two instead of the best of all of your runs. Let's bring Lux back.
So, another route divergence that Eric and I have. So, Eric went after the Sky Rune right away. I saved that one till last, and the reason I do is there is the possibility. So, I had Camille previously as my partner, and in order to, there is the possibility that Camille might be the Sky Rune apprentice. If he is, that means that you're not going to find the Sky Rune anywhere, and you might have to take a whole bunch of fights in order to get it to reappear. So the way that I avoid that is by saving it till last, and then I'll save scum the Sky Rune apprentice. So I'll save, and then I'll fight Dragon, and then I'll go out looking for the Sky Rune. If I don't find it, then I will reset, fight Dragon again, because then it'll make the Sky Rune apprentice a different one. So I take a slightly different approach on that. I personally, I figure it kind of builds a little more safety into things, but either way works. So
Yeah, and that one I definitely prefer the slightly riskier method. But when it goes well, like it's going in this one quite well. Because if you can't find it in the first time, I guess either way, if you find it in the first time, you're fine. Coloring can be useful for the Dora fight, though. Plus, there's a possibility that it's in one of these towns here, the last ones that you get to, and then you can just play the apprentice with luck if you have to.
Yeah, and it looks like Eric found Asuna too.
Yeah. Just hanging out in the item shop.
And Eric and I are about to high five because I'm walking into brush here and I'm stepping right into the item shop as well.
Yeah, high five.
And the main...
And it is quite a good thing that I did find my the Skyrim apprentice, because my list of apprentice locations is kind of like buried under some paperwork right now. I didn't bring it out for it. So it was an apprentice that was in a familiar location to me. There's a possibility that I couldn't find them and then I'd have to look around towns where I'm not 100% certain on where these locations are.
Should be fine. So in brush here, they sell potion 3s, and that's something that's really important for the 2 main boss fights that you fight on the northern continent. So both of us we're filling up on those here in brush. But now I think we're gonna divert off in different directions again. I'm not sure. Are you going to Serpent next?
I'm going to Serpent next, yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to be heading to Doros.
Okay.
So I'm doing a save here, and hopefully what happened in my last run, where I died on the way to Doros, doesn't happen again. Because the other night when I was running this, I died on the way to Doros. And that was primarily because I took a gamble on a fight that I lost. Alright.
No encounter.
So Eric's going after the Moon Rune right now. I'm going after the Light Rune. And I'm very specific with which chests I check. I specifically wanted to get that V seed, which I will manipulate on Legis when I manipulate the 2 I seeds that we get. So the I seeds...
That's another minor difference, is I don't manipulate that V seed, I just eat it.
Yep.
Right away.
Picking up a vacuum there. Sometimes they can be useful later on. And a harp here. Actually, one thing I need to do in this fight, I gotta use up... So, I know that that doesn't do a lot of damage to that guy, but I'm trying to use up Lux's MP right now, because when I fight Doros, he can steal the MP, and I don't want that to happen. We want Doros to run out of MP, so that's why I'm trying to use up all of Lux's MP right now, so that Doros doesn't take it.
Okay, good. This is a very dangerous encounter, so I need to the agility and run from it. I don't think I stocked up on my abilities.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
As you mentioned that, I actually checked to make sure, because I was down to 1 B power before. I just checked to make sure I wasn't out of B powers.
Should be fine. I might have to burn the agility slot, but it's already like halfway down the menu.
Yeah. So this is where I was talking about. You go into the jail here, and you talk to this guy, and he asks if you're going to overthrow Doros, and then he says he'll give you the star. So the star allows you to defeat Doros. Now, if you're casually playing this, after you defeat Doros, if you go back to the prison here and talk to the guy, he says that he's Doros' dad, and that Doros threw his dad in prison. Kind of a fun little fact.
Maybe a little bit of an Oedipal complex there. You may never know. Uh-oh.
Once again, just trying to use up Lux's MP.
Okay, escape that encounter. That got pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and a lot of the encounters we do get in these dungeons here, they're pretty strong encounters. I would say we generally are under-leveled for them, so we try to run from most of them. So...
And that's part of the strategy of using all those agility seeds on legions.
Yep. And that's also part of the reason we take Legies up to level 21. In prior runs, people have recruited a level 20 or even a level 19 Legies, which can be done. It's doable, but it does take, like when we've timed it, it takes longer when we do it that way versus level 21. It seems like level 21 is the sweet spot for the amount of grinding we do and being able to... Oof, I just had a little bit of a close call there, but that seems to, at least based on what we've found, it seems to have the best balance, getting Legies at level 21.
Yeah, and a lot of that's the Monmo encounter, just the extra levels worth. It can really help speed up that fight. Okay, we escaped that one. Now we're about to fight the serpent.
So that move that I did there, I put a B agility on Legies and then I ran. Your running is based off of your speed stat. So what I did is I basically put that on him so that he would be in a better position to run. And this is Doros, this big tall orange dude here. And I'm going to be fighting him while Eric is fighting Serpent. So first thing I do is use the star. Now it's a risky move because if he did Fireball there, it could have wiped the party. And then I put this F shield up, which blocks him from being hit with magic. But it's only good for one hit, so in that sense, it's not like it's gonna You have to use it multiple times in the fight.
In contrast, this fight is pretty straightforward. Kill off Lux right away so it's not wasting time. Buff the heck out of Legis. And then punch, punch, punch. It's made a lot easier by the fact that I just picked up the Ice Cloak and all of the magic used is Ice Magic. So that hits for a lot less.
Oof, that's not good.
You got MP drain?
Yeah.
Less than ideal.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes again. And on Doros, there's a glitch range, and and that's actually a problem right now, is we are in that glitch range, so it actually can hurt the fight when something like that happens. Alright, so this is a little bit of a tricky situation here. We're low on MP. He used Fireball, but we're going to bring Lux back. Alright, only 12. That's not a problem. We'll put an Emerb back on Legis. So I'm using Emerbs. It only gives him 20, but that's enough for him to cast F-Shield, so... Get some more MP here. Another F-Shield back up. A little bit of a tricky fight.
Hey, we got the moon rune.
So I picked up a couple of harps. When he does vacuum like that, that helps protect. It stops vacuum from working. So I believe he already tried vacuum twice. I don't know if it actually worked the first time or not. I wasn't paying attention, but I could be down to no harps, so now he could potentially vacuum. But we'll see what happens here. Hopefully he'll be out of MP soon, and then we'll be able to just beat him with him just doing regular attacks. So he's trying to steal Lux's 0 MP. Okay, there goes another Fireball, so we're going to have to put F-Shield back up. And I'm actually going to put Lux here on the offensive. Not much I can really do because I can't get back to Legis right now. And F-Shield on Legis. So this fight does take a bit of navigating through, but... Stealing Lux's 0 MP. That's why we use up his MP. Put the F-Shield back up. That's good that he's healing. So that's going to be more MP that's being used up. Okay, so now we're actually getting to a point in this fight that we're going to want Legis. I'm sorry, we want Lux to die off because if we win this fight without... If we win the fight and Lux is alive, Legis could potentially betray Lux, and that would basically make this whole run over, or I'd have to reset. There we go. So by killing off Lux, that will prevent Legis from betraying. Okay, so we got the light rune. And now we're going to go after the moon rune, like what Eric just got.
I rolled a natural 4 on the VC.
We are actually going to have to take a walk here over to Tefana, so we're going to go to Brush and make that walk. And we're just dodging the dots. We don't really need to be taking fights because we don't need levels right now. And if you're noticing, sometimes when I go to save, I'll just return to Bonro and do a save. And the reason I do it in Bonro is it's the easiest town. You just walk in, you go straight up, and you go into an inn. So it's a lot easier and quicker to do a save there versus like in this town, walking up to the inn, it takes longer. So that's just a speedrun strat that we use to get the save in as quick as possible.
Yeah, plus it's close to the top list of towns on your inventory.
Yep. Alright, we'll do another one of those vacuum attempts here. This guy, I believe it's an 80% chance that it'll work. There we go. Do that just as a little bonus.
These 3 runes that you got in pretty much any order you want. It does reconverge to the same path. We're going to be taking an airship built by Brantu, the guy that we took from Melanam earlier, to the ice continent. The last continent, where we are going to fight some really tough battles, including the Monmo one we keep talking about. And if all goes well, we're going to get sent 5,000 years in the past.
And sometimes we joke around with that airplane that Brand 2 built because it has a plane crash, so we joke around saying that we're going into a nice new Boeing 737 MAX 9.
Yeah. I'm getting pretty close to the point where I would be taking that. flight. I just need to get this rune.
Okay, this could actually be a problem here.
Oh, that fight is awful.
I actually forgot to put on the ice cloak.
Uh-oh.
You know, I'm actually not going to reset. I'm going to just take this death because... I already picked up the ice cloak, so that's just one less thing I need to do. And I didn't use up too many resources. Wait a minute. Weird. I don't actually see... I wonder if I forgot to pick up the ice cloak. I went over there. I think I may have gotten an encounter and then I forgot to pick it up. Whoops.
Oh, weird.
That's alright. It's not a huge...
You want to go back to that.
Not a huge issue, but... It is pretty common to take deaths in Serpent's Castle, so...
Yeah, that encounter in particular is it's an awful combination.
Yeah. Ideally, that's what you want to see happen, them turn themselves into a rock like that, so it's easy to run. Yeah, I must have gone over there, got an encounter, and then thought I had already picked up the ice cloak when I didn't. That's the only thing I could think of.
I've never had that happen.
I must have been thinking about that Boeing 737 MAX 9. Yep, hopefully we don't have a problem here again. I'm going to use a B agility to try to help get out of this fight a little easier.
Yeah, in my mind that's like a mandatory B agility.
And once again, it's an example of the cocoons trolling us.
Yep.
Huh. Guess I didn't pick it up. Actually,
Keep getting that fight.
I know! There we go. Hope if I use that on the right person. There we go. And sometimes what we do in these places is we step in and out of a room to reset the encounters. So I'm just doing that just to try to avoid an encounter up to this next door here. And there we go. And then I'll reset it again. Grab that vacuum too. Sometimes we use vacuums in the past, so... this encounter, which is not a good one either.
No? Actually, I think this one's worse than the other one. You have the wire rock instead of the red demon.
True, yeah. Oof, almost made it there to Serpent. Okay. Now it's Serpent time for me. And again, part of the routing difference is, so since I have Legies, since I have the light rune, I can put that onto Legies, and that'll basically make this Serpent's magic basically do nothing to Legies with his Ice Cloak. So that's one of the advantages. I just mismenued and put that on Lux. This fight is generally a pretty easy and straightforward fight. And it looks like Eric got rid of Doros. It's the light rune.
I'm going to go manipulate those intelligence.
And it's fine to have Lux die off in this fight. It's pretty straightforward and pretty easy. And Serpent's Blizzard 1 did 0 damage to Legies.
That's impressive.
With the light rune. Okay. So it looks like Eric is heading over to the airport right now to buy his plane ticket and head over to the Western continent. After I get the Moon Rune, I'll still have the Sky Rune I'll have to do, and then I'll be heading over there as well. Get a free recovery there. Recoveries restore all your HP and MP. They can be useful to have at random times. So Eric's probably going to take a break here. One of the few times that you actually get a decent break in this game.
Yeah. Be right back.
And I still haven't made it to Tulane yet, so I just have to make a quick walk over there. Oops. Okay, so now that I made it to Tulane, this is where Prosa is with the Moon Rune, so I am going to go ahead and get that from him and pick up a few treasure chests so I can get a little extra money. And even though back before when I talked to him and I said no, I won't get it, he still gives it to me anyway. So it's a situation of under-promising and over-delivering. Alright, so now I'm going to do some resupplying, because I definitely need to get some more supplies here. I'm going to head to...
Yeah, I'm going to resupply mission as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to head over here to paddle. I need more bee agilities. And potion 1s and potion 2s.
On town.
And actually I'm going to go to Lamille and grab some bee powers. Don't really need them right now, but I'll need them later on, so... Get rid of Lux's original armor, the coat. And we'll go back to Tulane and start. And now we're going to Luz. The name of the town that we're going to is Luz. So I'm going to Luz now.
What do you call someone who's from the town of Luz? Is it loser? Lucian.
Yeah,
Like,
Lucian, or we'll just say loser.
yeah, could be loser.
And this is a vacuum fight. 90% chance it'll hit. For whatever reason, it's a powerful enough vacuum to vacuum up those big heavy pieces of metal.
Alright, now way at the beginning of this run, I mentioned an enemy that I do not like encounters with, called the Doom. We are now in the area with the Doom. One of the reasons they are so annoying is that they're one of the ones you can't run from.
Similar to the despairs that we were encountering earlier.
Yeah, they're just a color tip of despair. This isn't it. Good. This can offer its own problems, but you can run from it.
And the interesting thing with those swords that Eric encountered there is they drop a sword that is called the Sword, and that is the only weapon in the game that will equip. He's one of the other apprentices. The one that Eric fought. Okay, so I'm bringing back Lux for this fight. Gonna go fight Dragon now and save scum the Skyrune apprentice. So Dragon is a pretty straightforward fight. At this level, it's a little bit harder than in the no tune-up run, but nothing really bad.
Bye-bye, Luck. And this is the first thing without you doing. This cave is filled with the spiders called the spider guys. And technically you can run from them, it's just very difficult. It's very high agility. Usually you have to fight them. I took a wrong turn.
Uh-oh.
I think I'm going to try and escape these guys. Let's do it. Let's be bold. They work.
Alright, so Dragon's down. Now, hopefully on my... I'll get, like, a similar thing that Eric had, where I find the Skyrune Apprentice right away. If I don't find the Skyrune Apprentice, I'll need to reset and fight Dragon again. So we're just going to go through all the towns that the Skyrune Apprentice could be in, starting with Aegis. And we're just stepping out, looking for a town that's flashing. Flashing on the radar. Ah, it's Paddle, just like Eric.
Oh, weird.
I'm going to save here first. Like Eric said before, if you don't save and you lose to the Skyrune Apprentice, then you could lose the Wind Rune, and it could, you can't warp back to the town.
Okay, I'm losing my ability to use magic now.
Alright, and it's Wilmy with the Skyrune.
Can spot mine most too.
So maybe you could talk a little bit about that curse and what we need to do.
At this point in the cave, you pass through that, and it says, the pain is unbearable, and you lose the ability to use magic, which makes this encounter really difficult and annoying. This is the Doom. You have to try and get your magic back. The way to get your magic back is to go and get an item called Moonlight. It's in a cave, guarded by a third iteration of Python, Metal Pipe. And that's a fairly drawn out fight. When you beat that, you go on into the cave. Later on, you get the Moonlight, and then you show Moonlight. So you show Moonlight to the guy in town, and it was him who put the curse on you. He's like, "Oh, you got the Moonlight. Maybe I was mistaken with my vision. So I'm going to restore your ability to do magic. Maybe you are the one from the prophecy or whatever." There we go, we beat that dude. And then you need the magic restored, because that's the only realistic way to... Yeah, it's the only realistic way to beat Monmo, who is sensitive only to fire magic. That fire magic, fire magic. 3. Use the fire magic to get through Monmo, and then you will need to use the Moonlight to make Garethel visible so that you can defeat Garethel, who is holding the Wizard Rune. You get the Wizard Rune briefly, and then you warp back.
Okay, well, I'm about to get on my brand new Boeing 737 MAX 9, so I am going to step away for a minute and take a quick break.
All right. That means I can talk about politics. Let's start ranting. Yeah, this. Oh. Okay, so he just killed a light rude up Lux at full light with that fireball. That is significant. This is the part where having the fire cloak would be very helpful. You have to kind of YOLO it. Only YOLO once. Alright, let's just YOLO it. No fire. Good dodge. Okay. When you are in need of both healing and reviving your companion, it is recommended that you do your healing first. That way, you don't have to, menu doesn't come up to decide who to heal. And it just saves the click, saves the extra little bit of menuing. Small amount, but it saves it.
And I am back now.
Okay, that was a big long walk. Welcome back. Let's take long walk and have a little short walk. Joe is about to start the big long walk that I just made. Skin of my teeth, it looks like. And this is where that magician lives that took away the magic power, but we're not going to talk to him yet. Suck up a little bit first. This next cave, we will need our full complement of B agilities and social speed. Powers. I'm going to need to suck up on B powers and be protected at some point. Stuff at the top of my menu. Everything's taking forever to scroll to because I got to get past the topaz and the opal.
So on this walk from Valenka to Guanta, probably the biggest part is getting to Bugask. And thankfully on the overworld on that first part of the walk, I had a only one encounter the whole way, and just one encounter in the
that's
cave.
Great. Yeah, that is.
So we'll
That
see.
is a huge time.
So we'll see what happens outside here, because sometimes just this last little stretch to Boogas can be an issue, but... And of course it's a Doom. Alright, Doom down. Thankfully.
Doom down. Doom down, doom down. I'm in a different encounter zone. I'm getting these gold shifted versions of spraying, but there's also still Doom here.
And Doom number 2 here too.
Yeah, I got 2 after. I didn't get any Dooms before the cave, and I got 2 after.
It's almost like we're both running the same thing.
Yeah, it's like
Oof. There goes
how
Luigi's.
they like people in races against each other have the same blocks in the same order. Ooh, wow. Uh-oh.
There we go. Doom number 2 down. Whew. It's like a big breath of relief once you hit that town Boogask.
Oh yeah.
And I'm doing a quick save here. Just because we could get hit by the Dooms again and they could wipe us out, so...
Oh, and encountered the last step before the door.
That's a pretty common occurrence in 7th Saga, it seems like.
Oh.
Guanta. Resupplying all my mirrors here, which it seems like I need it.
Yeah, this is getting pretty close. I think we're probably going to be fighting, if not M. Python, probably Momo.
Yeah, we might be fighting Momo at the same time.
And in this cave, there's randomly a 2 Manrot encounter.
Here's Doom number 3.
Three Dooms.
Okay.
Oh, 3 fights in a row are double Manrot.
Those are the best fights to get in there.
Yeah, the guys that were a little bit challenging when you were at level 10.
Yeah. Those are the guys that go all the way back to that walk from Bonro to Zealous, back toward the beginning of the game. For whatever reason, the game threw those guys into one of these last caves here that we go through.
maybe that goes back to what I've been saying about how it seems like the names for Manrot and Mutants are kind of reversed.
Yeah.
Hey, here we go.
I'm actually realizing here I didn't resupply on B agilities, so that might pose a little bit of a challenge here in this cave, but I'm just going for it.
Yeah, there's needed quite a bit in that cave.
Oof. Very close there. Got away from the swords. Got away. All right, high five.
High five. Wow, this has gotten very close. You've caught up quite a bit. So one thing about the Metal Python fight here is he has a lot of magic that he starts out with, so what we're actually doing, sort of, is we want him to run out of magic. If he gets below half his HP and he still has his magic, he might cast Heal 3 on himself, and then you're basically having to do the fight all over again. So, doesn't happen too often in the any percent run like what we're doing, where he will do Heal 3. It's probably more common when you're doing the tune-up run. I'm sorry, the no tune-up run, but it is something to be aware of in this fight. Usually the instance where that happens is when he doesn't cast Defense 1 on himself early enough. So you're able to get some stronger hits in early, and get his life total down, and then you can get him into healing range that way before he's Whereas with Dragon, because Dragon can't heal like that, you want Dragon to take as long as possible to get to the defense one.
But when Metal Python attacks, his attacks are pretty strong. Like, that was just a regular attack that he did on Legis there, and that was like 60-something damage. And I think generally he could crit Legis and kill him in one shot.
Correct.
Now that right there was a crit that he did on Lux, because when he defended, he did 92 damage, and normally defend will... Oop, there we go. Lux actually just got knocked out there for 127 damage. So that's an example of how he can do that.
Ah.
Good job.
And then he wanted to complain a bunch. Oh, you beat me. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of cave to go through. And it's dangerous, especially if you use up all of your B abilities or post freeze. Sometimes in that Empire fight you can go through a lot of post freeze. I didn't. I got a fourth double man rock fight. Moonlight acquired. We're going to get our magic back, and we're going to stock up a bunch of things.
Alright. Metal Python is down, or sometimes we call him Mike Python.
Iron Mike.
Iron Mike. And sometimes this walk from where you kill Metal Python to getting the moonlight, sometimes it can be pretty intense because you're almost there, but you also could potentially die on the way too. And I'm right at the step I need to be at and got an encounter, so...
Oh, cool. I had the opposite, where there was one that was right there, and I managed to get there and get out of the cave before the encounter.
Yeah. Okay, so we got moonlight. Now I'm going to be doing the same thing Eric's doing, and I am going to resupply.
The previous 2 races we've done, there was quite a big difference in time at this point in the run. This is remarkably close.
Yeah. Let's see here. So like Eric said before, that guy puts the curse on us so we can't use magic, so now I'm just going to get my magic restored here. And then I'm going to be on the same walk as Eric. Gonna do a quick save just in case I get the soft lock like I did the last time I played. Which we could talk about once we get to the Gariso fight.
Yeah, there's also other ways that you could die, like the cave before and after Monmo. Those encounters can be really rough. We're about to hopefully not see. It is fairly common to get through this cave without any random encounters. Just make it to Monmo. Reset the... Oh, okay. I'm not so lucky. What do we got?
Oof, we both got encounters here.
Oh, it took like 6 tries to run away from that guy.
Alright.
Here's Momo.
And we're pretty much high-fiving here, because I'm just about to start Monmo here, too. So here we are, both on the Monmo fight. So the interesting thing about Monmo, his defense is so high that usually you cannot do anything to attack and damage him. So the way that we do this fight is we basically... The only thing he's vulnerable to is fire. Woof! That was a huge crit. So it's pretty... That's part of the reason why we don't recruit Asuna or Valsu for this, because they could not handle this fight. So... any of the fire users are generally okay on this fight, but... Legis has a lot of other things that are good for him, so that's part of the reason why we use Legis.
The high agility and the F-shield spell are very much two of those other things that are good.
Oh! I totally forgot something important.
Right, man?
Nipping the eye seeds.
Oh! There you go. That may make a bit of a time difference between us. I did manip the IC.
Yeah, so Eric might get a little ahead here, but... Because I'm thinking to myself, the Fire 2's not hitting for as much as it usually does, so I'm thinking to myself, maybe his stats are a little lower, but... Yep. There were a few times where I was thinking to myself, I get
You'll probably save time by using them now.
What's that?
You'll probably save time by using them now.
Yeah.
Expected average of 5 in each region. You'll get.
Oh! Oh no. You don't want to know what I just did.
Uh-oh.
Used it on Lux. This couldn't be crazier. It's funny because I have a little bit of a migraine right now, so I'm like not thinking completely clear. So another thing to take note of is when we were in Biltham, we picked up the amulet, and that's really important for the Monmo fight because what happens is when Monmo uses HP Catcher, MP Catcher, Petrify, the majority of the time it doesn't work. So that's actually one of the things that we try to make sure of, is that Legis has the amulet on, because that will really help Monmo not to steal Legis MP.
Yeah, I cast a laser 3 by luck early in the fight that didn't do any damage. It did like 1. And the reason I did that was to diminish Lux's MP in the case of MP capture. And the very next turn, Monmo cast MP capture, the remaining 28. You would have gotten 12 more if I didn't do that.
Yeah, that was actually the first move that Monmo did. He took all of Lux's MP.
That's unfortunate.
But
healing.
at least we don't have to worry about it now.
Yep. You can get stuck in kind of a holding pattern when you get to around this point where Monmo's in healing range. Where you're barely making any dent in the life total faster than he's healing it up, so. Especially when he's dodging like that.
Oh, I just got one of those too.
I am doing one thing differently than I normally do for this fight. Normally I use the agility on Legis, but I want to save one more for the death one.
Oh, so you didn't use a B agility on Legis?
I did not use a B agility, which could be ruin here. Could be the source of some of these dodges, most likely.
Well, I'm getting a few dodges too, and he's got a B agility, so I don't know if it really makes that much of a difference. I think where it would make more of a difference is when Monmo attacks Legis, Legis probably is able to dodge more.
Yeah. Okay, there's Monmo. The rest of life he has ceased to be. He is an ex-dragon. That dot almost got me, but I zigged.
I just realized I don't have the star rune on Lux.
You're gonna want that.
Yeah, because I saw the damage that was being done. I was like, this seems like a lot of damage on Lux.
Getting real lucky with these dots. I don't like that. This is one of the few times in the game where I will continuously exit and re-enter to try and find a good pattern of shot. Nope. Try it again. Because the encounters are both dangerous and time-consuming here. I just kind of caught up on the wall. So, we're getting an encounter. What is it? This guy. Okay, we can run from this guy.
That's the encounter you want.
That is the encounter you want. It is not a good one. Killed me. Okay, we ran away. This castle is the sort of maze where all the floors look kind of the same. You got the right dig, okay. No need to heal.
So...
Evil. Are you evil? Okay, there's the possibility of a soft lock here.
Yep, that's one of the glitches in the game, is it could soft lock. But it looks like it didn't.
Yeah. Now we just have to win this fight, which is sounds good. Yeah, the 3 posted 3s. Quite a lot of those. Finally get the star in. And start using Moonlight. Moonlight is the item that lets you see Garrison. But then, 3 moves later, Garrison will make himself invisible again.
Monmo down.
Nice. But he takes the whole turn to do that action that makes himself visible again. I don't think I'm going to be as stingy. I'm going to use the agility here on Aegis. Deathlock.
Oof.
Oh, counter.
Well, one thing that I think is definitely going to happen is if I get the soft lock and I have to reset, I'm definitely manipulating those eye seeds. Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. That was a pretty long Monmo fight.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lux, you're going to have 3 less MP. Or magic stats. Lux got a +3.
Fireball.
Going to be using a recovery on Leegies because if I might need to use some F shield. I'm actually going to try something here. I'm going to use Moonlight as the first item. Ooh, Fireball first turn. Lux survives it by 5 HP.
Wow,
That's like what you don't want to happen.
No, that was a good thing you didn't get party wiped. That was very close.
Yeah, that was really close.
Right.
He had a little MP in his back pocket.
Yep.
When he uses Vacuum 2 like that, that's actually a good thing, because he's using up a lot of MP. I do have harps, yep.
You even dodged that one.
Yeah. Ooh, there comes the fireball. Out of nowhere. And ice too.
Wow.
Gonna put up another F shield just in case.
Yeah, and be careful.
Lux survived by 2 HP.
The loop here. There we go.
Oof. That was a pretty big crit on Lux. 120 something damage.
Now we get the Wizard Rune and we get sent back to the path.
Alright, and I'm just about to get the Wizard Rune here too. We are neck and neck.
Oh, very close. Yeah.
So, it looks like somebody in the really longathon chat was asking at some point. I haven't really been monitoring the chat much, so apologies to that, but they were asking who's in the lead. I would say Eric probably has a very slight lead right now, maybe by about 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah. It's roughly where I have it too, in that range. And there's a lot of RNG stuff coming up. 2 Deathwalk, tune-up glitch, I still fail at fairly frequently. Has me a little nervous.
It also depends on how many tune-ups we do too.
Yeah. So you're just going straight on the walk, you're not even buying anything.
Well, now we get the new battle music, the battle music that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Now, one thing to keep in mind too is the inventory. You lose all the runes, so at this point it's really easy to get the items that are at the top of your list.
Also, there is no more places to buy Potion 1.
Yep. And one thing that's interesting with this game, the enemy that Eric's fighting right now, that's called a Durgan, and it's in the shape of a dragon, and so you have Dragon, who's the first dragon you fight, then you have the Durgan. Uh-oh, this guy could be a little bit of a problem, but we're gonna see if we can get him.
Oh. Did you put the ring on?
I actually forgot, but...
I'm doing that now. I'd let you go ahead so you can remind me of stuff like that.
That's the advantage to racing. Yep, not working. Let's see. Uh-oh. Luigi's is still alive. Let's see if we can get him now. Ooh, we actually got him! Wow!
Nice.
With 13 HP left. And the ring is on now. That's probably
So
one of the...
put on that ring is because now you are no longer immune to spells like Petrify, which means your mirrors will actually work on that Serpent or whatever it is.
Got another one. Ooh, dodge. Alright.
I didn't even need that the agility that I saved.
There we go, got him again. I threw a... what do you call it? Threw one of the vacuums that I picked up back in Biltham and Serpent's Castle. I threw it at him. Oof! Let's see what we got here. Okay, this is more doable.
That gold split on the Deathlock one.
Oh wow, so
Pretty good.
you got through.
Yeah. On the Deathlock 2. Hopefully no spirits, hopefully no spirits, hopefully no spirits.
Alright, survived with... I definitely need to do a shopping trip. Do a shopping trip here.
Okay, hopefully we can run from this. We can!
Alright.
After this death block, the game is relatively easy. There is just the...
Usually going around that mountain can be tough.
Yeah. Okay.
Although that's not a bad encounter.
Yeah. No serpents. Or spirits.
Oof.
Dodge, don't dodge. Why would you dodge? Oh, don't dodge. Okay. There, I dodged your attack. How do you like it, Arrogant?
Ooh, that took a little while to get out of that fight.
Yeah, this one is being annoying. These 2 recoveries so far.
Oof. Let's see.
It's my 7th attempt at vacuuming with one dragon. Ah, wow.
Oof.
There we go.
So we call these walks the death walks because you get extremely difficult enemies that you're totally underleveled for at this point in the game. Oops, there goes Ligi's.
Got there.
Got out. Alright. Just got to get around this mountain and make sure we don't try to avoid the encounters. These guys again. Made it. Whew.
Excellent.
I'm actually gonna pick up some harps here just to make sure I'm okay on that.
I overbought on harps. I forgot to stop. I usually stop at 6 harps, I believe it is. But I just kept going. There we go. Found the secret passage. I'm going to be taking another plane trip. Because for some reason, when you talk to the pilot of this airship, he asks you if it's time to go. Like you're the person who is in charge of that. You sneak out of the airship, tell him it's time to go to Melanin.
Yep. Oh, come on, NPC.
Oh. Wow. Talk to the other person, and they kick you out of the plane.
Which door number did you do? What did you get?
4, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was 6. It was early. Pretty good.
So that every time you walk into this guy's house, the door changes as to which door will lead to the secret passage to get on the airship. So you basically have to try each of the doors to see if you can find that secret entrance to get on. Or you could pay the guy 7,000 gold to get on too. But
Okay, what I'm about to do here is the tune-up glitch. What I'm about to attempt here is the tune-up glitch. There you go. You can clip through the wall if you do it at the right time. And then the game won't have registered that you had the glitch done, other than in the boost menu. You'll get it again. 2. I'm going to go for 15 times.
Alright, the secret entrance is not on the first floor, so now we gotta go up to the second floor and try these rooms. And a few nights ago when I did this practice one, it was the last door. Nope. Not quite the last door this time, but 2 doors from the last.
Now, even if we fail one of these next ones, I'm going to continue to the end. I'm not going to try and redo this. And
Did you save before the tune-up?
yeah. Well,
They say if you're feeling really confident about the tune-up, you don't have to save, but you make one little mistake and you'll be back in...
Just like Flux, I'm feeling a little rusty.
Yeah.
That's 15.
15?
Yeah. Now Lux is very large and difficult to fight for these enemies. There are some encounters here, though. The next color-shifted version of the Dooms and Despairs that will... Here he is. Can't run from it. So even though Lux has, as you can see, very high stats, and that includes Lux's speed stats, just for the kill.
Luigi's got him, huh?
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. What's that crit? Crit for 18 for the kill. I am about to talk to Kuro's mother, who is going to give me a letter for him. That's going to set off a series of events that cause Melanam to explode.
Oh, you know, I actually messed it up, but I think it was like 12. So I think I'm actually.
Oh, yeah, 12 black.
I think I'm just gonna
Still
split and
worth
go
it.
for it.
So these are the spirits that were so dangerous when you were on the death block.
Although we didn't encounter any, I think either of us.
No. No, I didn't.
Of course, I get a Reaper as well.
Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper.
Alright, Luigi's is gone.
Oh, Luigi didn't come in for the kill?
Nah. Alright. A little lower on the stats than what I'm used to, but it's still doable. No two-shotting Garcia or anything like that.
Okay, now we get a tour of the laboratory.
So these dragons that came up are Dogons. So like I said before, it almost seems like the way they translated dragon was just to spell it different ways in English. So you got dragon, you got Durgan, and you got Dogan.
Simultaneously adorable and infuriating.
Alright.
We're about to meet Dr. Fail.
He's the chief scientist.
Yeah. He's working on Foma, and you may be able to guess from our clips that Foma turns out to be a problem. Hi, Dr. Fail. Now what I have to do is go out of this, like, dungeony area, back into the city of Melanam proper, and I have to talk to one civilian non-robot.
I'm gonna stand up here for a minute and just take a quick stretch.
But now you're making me regret the fact that I didn't do that.
This is one of those other points in the game that you don't need to have your hands on the controller.
Okay, so this civilian wants, right? It didn't down now. Now the alarm's going off.
Now you'll have to see if I hired those NPCs to block your way getting into Foma.
Oh yeah, this is probably the worst point in the game for NPCs blocking your way. There's a few configurations of them that can take a while. pretty good. I get through them. Boma. Here's Boma, it's a doma. Hit me for one. But in that whole fight, I got hit for one.
That's how Lux really gets tuned up to a super Lux when we did that tune-up glitch.
Yeah. And you may have noticed that only a few of the stats increased when I got that level up. That is because a lot of the other stats are maxed out from the tune-up glitch. So this is as fast as a Lux will get, and this is as magical as a Lux will get.
So basically, this is how the continent of Millennium ended up turning into runes, was basically because of FOMA. So everybody escaped Millennium off of the airships, and then now where Eric is where the airship landed, and they sense that it's close to Gorcia. And I got an NPC blocking my way.
Oh, no.
The NPC that Eric hired.
Like I said, it's all that gold I got earlier. This is the point where Joe's splits and my splits are a little different. And I actually like the way that Joe does it better. There's 2 bosses in a row. The little mini bosses coming out here. The fights don't take very long, and I have them as separate splits. But Joe just puts the Sparrow Dies, which is the last thing in the cave, that's sort of the goal that you're here for.
And I've actually thought about adding one more split in, because I have Sorrow's Dies. I used to have runes reobtained, but I'm thinking of putting that back in, because one of the things that I want to time is if it takes longer to get more runes, or if it's just as quick to get less, or, I want to try to time that a little more and just mess with that.
Oh, yeah, it's still an open question which runes are the ones that you need for the final fight, and it depends on your level that you're at, like the number of tune-up glitches that you're doing as well. So more tune-up glitches will save you time on not needing as many of these runes.
So in a lot of my runs, I've actually gotten all the runes back and put them all on Gorcia, just because the time is actually not that different. But I've also tried it too, where I've only gotten 4 runes. I've only gotten the required ones, the wizard and the light rune, and then I got the star in the water. And instead what I did was I put buffs onto Lux instead of debuffing Gorcia. But I think in this run I'm going to get all the runes, because my Lux is not as tuned up as I usually like to have him. So I think it would probably be better just for me to do that to be on the safe side.
Yeah, I like it. I'm at a bit higher level than I'm used to, which is 15. I'm going to be getting 5 runes, the 4 you mentioned, plus the sky rune. Some of those magic attacks can deal quite a lot. So, lowering magic power helps diminish the risk I find in that final battle. Final exit.
So where Eric's at right now, he's reobtaining the runes that he lost. Now the runes that you reobtain in the past, they have a different effect compared to what they do in the future. So when we were in the future, they were buffs that went onto your character. Now they debuff Gorcia, and they don't add any buffs to your own character. And they're only specific to Gorcia. Like, you can't debuff other enemies.
Let's go use them.
Yep.
Past gifted version of the maze castle where all the floors look the same.
Oops. Alright, so Eric's about to get on to the final boss here, Gorcia. And when you fight Gorcia, you do have to use the runes in a specific order. So it's always Wizard is the first one, which makes him appear. And then the Light rune is the second, which basically allows him to be hit. Because if you don't use the Light rune, then he can't be hit at all. So Light rune would be the second. And then after that, you could use the runes in whatever order you want. But those first two runes have to be used in the correct order, or Gorcia cannot be hit. Getting a lot of encounters here on the way to Gorcia's castle, but we're almost there on my end.
Okay, this is pretty close to over now.
And Eric's just about got him.
Don't want to risk it. If I miss, you could kill me there. And this should be the final hit. Yeah, it's over.
All right, well, GG, Eric.
Yeah, GG. That was real close. It was nice to have a race like this come down to the wire.
Oh, yeah.
Evil has saved the people of the world.
All right, here goes my Gorcia fight.
All right.
Surprised Luigi survived this long.
Yeah, sometimes that just kind of happens, and you get lucky with just if he's doing petrify or vacuum or something that's not going to do anything, and you get a couple extra Luigi turns.
Yeah. He might be out now.
Yeah, it looks like one dead Luigi.
Alright, almost there. And I got hearts this time.
Yeah.
That one run that I did where I forgot to get harps and got vacuumed there at the last minute, that was crazy. Alright, one more hit and he's gone. Oop. Missed. Oop. There we go. Alright. 5:16:36.
5:13:46.
Yeah, so it was
2 minutes and 50 seconds.
yeah, less than 3 minutes apart. That is very interesting.
Yeah. Probably the eye seeds would have been the difference if you had done those.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake that probably cost me winning the race.
Yeah, you lost a lot of time on the lawnmower fight. I mean, the manipulation itself would have taken a bit of time, but I think on balance, it would have been enough to beat my time here.
Yeah. Or at least been about the same amount of time as you.
Yeah.
But,
it would have been real close. It would have been very, very close if you would remember that.
yeah. But, yeah, it seems like, it's interesting how far ahead you were with the original brain grind, and then you got Legies, and I don't even know if did I finish the grind by the time you got Legies, or was... I'm trying to remember.
It was right around the same time. I think I was doing because it took me a while to... Like, I had to reshuffle the recruit,